Good morning, board members, city staff, citizens. Community Relay Agency meeting will now come to order. We'll have the invocation this morning presented by Mrs. Amari Jones. Amari Jones is a 2020 graduate of Florida A&M University with a degree in elementary education. While attending FAMU, Amari served as the assistant choir director and vice president for the world-renowned FAMU Gospel Choir. She was also a valuable member of the FAMU chapter of the National Council of Negro Women. This fall, Amari will be moving to Dallas, Texas to attend Johns Hopkins University College of Education, where she will be studying to receive her master's in education and curriculum and instruction. Amari is the youngest daughter of pastors Tom and Willie Mae Jones and the mother of one beautiful baby girl, Kamira Williams. Amari lives by the motto, you can do anything as long as you have God, the passion, the drive, the focus, and the support. I welcome Ms. Amari Jones, and we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance directly following.
Oh, gracious Lord, thank you for allowing us to see a day that we've never seen before, Lord God. Thank you just giving us the opportunity to be here, to hear and to see what their changes are going to be in the community, Lord God. I pray that you open the eyes, the hearts, and the minds of the councilmen, Lord God, so that they will be able to pass what they need to pass for our city to grow and to flourish the way you would have it to be, Lord God. I pray that you will touch their hearts, Lord God, that they will be able to see past what everybody is going through, God. So we pray that they will be able to restore our faith in our hearts and give us just a brand new sense of joy right now. In your precious name we pray, amen.
Amen. Amen. We stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? Mr. Vieira did tell me he'd be about 5 minutes late. Mr. Vieira did tell me about 5 minutes late.
Goods,
Here.
Maniscalco, Dingfelder, Carlson,
Here.
Citro,
Here.
and Miranda.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Massey will go into public comment. Will you give the rules and regulations for public comment, sir?
Yes, sir. The rules and regulations for public comment are generally the same as they are for any meeting of the CRA or City Council, 3 minutes per speaker. Given the COVID-19 emergency, we are requesting that everyone abide by the 6-foot distancing regulations. There's markers on the floor. City Council and Convention Center staff is here to help regulate that. If you have completed your comments and you don't have any business before the CRA, we would request if there's an overflow, it doesn't look like we have that problem this morning, that you leave the room, but it doesn't look like we have that issue. I would remind that this is a meeting of the Community Redevelopment Agency, so what this body is able to do in its capacity this morning is limited to Chapter 163 and those matters, but we welcome all public comment at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Madam Clerk, we have anybody for public comment this morning?
Anyone who would like to make public comment can go ahead and line up where the appropriate markers are.
Good morning. My name is Mike Panessa, and I serve as president of the board of the Downtown River Arts Neighborhood Association. I am following up on specifically regarding the December 19th CRA board meeting and, of course, last month's CRA board meeting in relation to Herman Massey Park. There was originally, as our understanding, a 6-month time window that was given to the petitioner that was going so that the redesign process could take place and that the fees could be paid that are in relation to the redesign of the park. As of this point, as you may have read the letter that I already sent to you yesterday, that still has not been done yet. And as a follow-up to the last meeting specifically, there have been no zoning change requests, no permitting requests, no proof of project financing. All of the components that are needed to be able to get this project off the board still 6 months later have not been presented. Despite the fact of the cost and time of just the redesign alone, all of these other factors have to be in place before this project can move forward, which can take years to occur. That's not including the issues related to liquor zoning in the park and the issues related to just taking over part of the public space in the park, which is a whole nother separate issue that we're looking at here. So I am asking on behalf of the Downtown River Arts Neighborhood Association that we just move forward with this project, and at such time all of these components are in place, then the petitioner can go back and we can re-look at the park in terms of what and how that park would be used. So I understand and that they will be speaking to you today saying there's one issue of the price and the cost of this survey, of this redesign. We've had 6 months to move forward on this. And now 6 months later, the monies are still not submitted to go ahead and pay for this redesign. So therefore, we are asking again that the project move forward as it was at such time that all of the stars are in alignment, then look at redesigning the park should that happen. Again, just also pointing out what's happened in terms of the restaurant industry and the investment of, which has been well documented, of restaurateurs, the loss of business. That's a whole nother issue that hasn't even been discussed on here, and is that going to impact our project? So those are some issues that we wanted to make sure that we brought forward today as you guys as you all make the decision to whether or not to move forward on this project or not. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Councilman Miranda. Charlie. Can you see that either? It's all right.
Oh, I haven't even started yet.
Thank you, Mr. Q.
You want to reset the clock?
She'll reset it, sir.
Okay. CRA board members, Mr. Chair, my name is Victor DeMaio. I'm here representing Malka Isaac, Gil Livingston, and Rick Calderoni from our restaurant. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. That's fine. I'm here representing Malka Isaac, who owns the Alden Building, which is the only historic structure left in an entire block in northern downtown Tampa that Malka has owned for many, many years, and we're very anxious and able to get started. There was a question in the last CRE meeting, which was kind of a Zoom meeting. We weren't in attendance. It was online, I guess. So there was a question brought up on, whether we're still doing this or whether we're moving forward and so forth. And the first document here is the letter from the bank saying we do have financing in place, that we're ready to go. We have Rick Calderon, we've worked with for 2 years now. He's a very successful restaurateur. You probably know him from Hula Bay and Green Iguana. He's been with us for almost 2 years now on wanting to do this. You're right, it is a very challenging time for the restaurant business. Those of you who know the restaurant business or have any inclination know it's been a very challenging time, but we're still ready to go. I think we're going to be moving out of this pandemic by the time we get everything together here, and things will be up and running. Our concept for the restaurant is more of a medium-priced situation where people can eat there several days a week, if you want a hamburger and wings. So we're not worried about opening up, and there's not that many options up in that part of northern downtown. The two other restaurants there, Osteria and Mole, are struggling. They're boarded up, shuttered at the moment. That's not our problem. Our problem is that we after Malka agreed to pay the initial cost, it was almost $100,000. She asked me to find out what was she paying, and I went to contract administration and got a copy of the bill and the documents I could find, and we went through it. Our architect, Gil Livingston, is here as well today to answer any questions about the bill, and we submitted a proposal based on what we thought was fair and reasonable, and the city's countered and said, look, if you agree to pay $42,800, we'll pay the rest. And that's basically why we're here. We're ready to move forward. Malcolm's got her checkbook right here to write that $42,800 check because we want to move forward. We don't want to hold this up any longer. We want to have the hearing. We want to have the planning meeting. We're ready to go. Malca, Gil, and Rick Calderoni do not want to waste any more time on having our hearing to redesign the park, to move the current plan, which is to have the dog park next to the building, next to the restaurant, which everyone agreed. We've had 3 hearings on city council already, and everyone's in agreement that the dog park next to the restaurant is not going to work. So that's why we're here. We're going to have a dog park. It's just going to be switched from the seating area that was planned. Everything else that you see here, the picnic area, seating area, all these other elements of the park, we don't want to make any changes to those. We're just talking about switching these 2 areas. That's it in the story. And we can get that done pretty quickly and move forward. So we're here to answer any questions. Malca's going to come up if she can say a few words. And I'm here to answer any questions if you guys have any questions for us. And
Give you like 20 seconds to finish up, Mr. Devine.
I'm done. I'll let the other people speak, and we're here to answer any questions about the bill itself.
Thank you,
or
sir.
About what we have planned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jim DeMoro. I'm a resident at 1108 Franklin Street, which is the 8-story condo building on the other side of that park. We are very much in favor of that building happening, that restaurant, the open space where we can sit and have coffee in the morning if we'd like. It would be a nice addition to the area, and we're looking forward to seeing the plans for the park get revamped to allow this to happen. And thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, Mentesnot, Tampa, Florida. We're here on the CRA meeting, but the reality is that a lot of that CRA money need to go down to East Tampa. And it's going in areas that it really don't need to go in, areas that look really good, areas that we have never seen look that good, or our children have never seen areas that look that good. But the thing is that we're here today, and basically I want to make a general statement to say we're just back to business as usual. Nothing has changed. We've seen with the death of Floyd George and other horrendous deaths of individuals, of African individuals, by the hands of the state. We see there's a practice, an ongoing practice of 620-year practice of, for African people, nothing changed. Nothing changed. People jump on the bandwagon. Right now, the word that would be used is what's trending. Whatsoever was trending, then people get on that, and then they get off of it, and it's back to business as usual. People make testimonies, they give sermons, they say different things, how they not racist, how things need to change, but nothing changed. Because normally what you're dealing with is clowns and criminals. What you're dealing with is clowns and criminals, nothing more, nothing less. And there's no great divide between them. There's no middle ground between them. Clowns and criminals that present themselves as business leaders, as politicians, as civic leaders, as preachers, as whatsoever they present themselves as. Clowns and criminals. Right here in this city of Tampa, you have the name Jonas Joseph. And we need to pay close attention to that name, Jonas Joseph. That's a young African man that was shot 60 times by the Tampa Police Department. They swept it under the rug. That really need to be investigated. Andrew Warren need to be investigated. Brian Dugan need to be out of there. That's the chief of police, need to be out of there. Some type of conspiracy. You feel it, you experience it. Don't talk. City employees, basic city employees, clowns and criminals. You park legally and they're giving you parking citations. They ruining you, they giving you citations on your homes and different things. Talking like criminal talk, clowns and criminals, nothing more, nothing less. These people need to grow up. This city needs to grow up. This city needs to do an introspective and give itself a check and see what's going on. Clowns and criminals, and it's always business, back to business as usual. Gasparilla is a good example of that. Right now they tearing down statues, take down General Lee, do this, do that, General Beauregard, the other general, General Meade, whatsoever. do all these things. They want to take down Confederate flags, but Gasparilla is right here in this city, which is a celebration of slavery, a celebration of piracy. And they changed the name of it one year, and now it's back to, they say, oh, it's bigger than ever. They tell you, oh, 700,000 spectators celebrating slavery, celebrating piracy, clowns and criminals. All these things need to change. This city government need to get more serious about the needs and the aspirations and the hopes of the people, of the inhabitants that inhabit this city. And people need to move away from that clown and criminal status. You heard the last mayor, a clown, a criminal.
Thank you, Mr. Chestnut.
So, you know me by now. My name is Malka Isaac. I came here, maybe I should have done it with the checkbook to show you that I'm serious, and you have the letter from the bank. And it's very important to me because I was told to stay home and not to leave the home. I'm at a high-risk group, but I'm here because it is this important. And I want to move as soon as possible. And yesterday I had a discussion with Mr. Calderoni, the man that has the restaurants and wants to lease the space for me, together with Mr. Messi from the city. He's here, and he can tell you that Mr. Calderoni advised him that he wants to move forward. And the thing, and my architect is here, and he will be speaking soon, and the thing that was holding us up is the resolution of the park, because if we don't have, if the dog park is not switched and we don't have the sitting place, we cannot move. This is what's holding us up. So I told you that I will pay for the extra fees of the architect, and I'm repeating this statement, I will pay, but I have to pay the right price, whatever needs to be done. We found out after the bill, we got a copy of the bill, the architect discovered, my architect, that the other architects want to bill me for everything as if they are redoing it from the beginning. But a lot of the work that they have done doesn't need to be redone again, because we only want to switch the dog park to another part. So my architect felt it was not right to charge me again for work that was done and was paid by the city. And he took it to the city people, and my understanding is that they had some agreement with him that some is a duplication of charges. And I don't know, I'm not a professional person. So the decision is all up to you. But I am 100% committed to do with this, to take care of this restaurant. And I want to reserve the rest of my time if I need to respond to other questions that come up. And like again, I have the checkbook here, and I'm serious. And I offered Mr. Massey yesterday to write a check. He told me it was premature, he couldn't take money at the present time.
Thank you, Ms. Isaac.
Good morning. My name is Pastor Frank Williams, located at 1112 East Scott Street. It's the counselor here because I want y'all to get, each one of y'all to get one of these flyers. Especially the city council. You do? Okay. Please take one because they only want to give me 3 minutes. Make sure everybody, one of you get one. And make sure the mayor get one too. If she don't, I'd mail her one, but I don't know whether she got one. First of all, I must let you all know that I don't believe in the coronavirus. I believe in Jesus Christ. That's my belief. What y'all believe, that's y'all business. And I want y'all to understand the way this country is being run today, boy, it's hell. I got to tell you, for the black folk, we don't have no justice here for the people in the United States of America. And black man, you know what? You need to get busy and do something. I'm talking about cool. You need to get busy. You're a black man just like I am. And they don't care nothing about us. Hey, guess what the president say we are? We are children of bitches, sons of bitches. That's what he said. He said that on national TV. And y'all ought to teach him and tell him something. But y'all ain't gonna defend us because y'all don't care. And I feel so sorry for a lot of people. They got their affection set on things down below. I have my affection set on things above, which way Jesus Christ. I hate to say it, but I got to tell the truth. It's on your way to hell. And you act like you don't give a damn. But we got to understand, we're supposed to love one another. Don't look at the color of my skin. I fill out my census the other day, and I had a woman that fill it out. She said, what's your nationality? I said, I'm an American citizen. She said, no, I said, I don't care what you mean. I know what you mean. I'm telling you I'm an American citizen. That's it. Oh, you're not African American? I said, no, I ain't never been to no damn Africa. Neither my father, my mother, my dad, and nobody else been to Africa. We was born right here in the United States of America. And we are an American citizen. And now that the world know what the United States is all about, it's not just happening here in the United States. It's happening all over the world. The European know about it. The Asian know about it. Everybody know how y'all mistreated. And you're there right now. You don't care. You don't care. We could go out there and let me tell you this here. Police don't need to do no chokehold on nobody. You need to ban them from having guns, period. Because they're evil. They don't care nothing but black people. Went in a little girl's house and killed a little innocent girl laying in the bed. Talking about they got the wrong address. That man should have a foot put to him. God Almighty, when are y'all gonna stop harassing black folk, killing black children? When are you gonna stop? You know you ain't gonna never stop. You know why? Because you're looking at the color of your skin and you think you are superior. And you're not superior over nobody. God has made us superior, his children. He said, if my people call on my name and seek my face, he said, then I will heal the land. Yeah, this here coronavirus ain't nothing but a hoax to me. I don't give a damn about a coronavirus, but I care a whole lot about Jesus Christ. And I'm a lover of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ been so good to all of us. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for God Almighty. And you got people killing one another.
Thank you, Pastor Williams, for your comments.
Watch this here. The little white boy went to the
Pastor
elementary.
Williams,
Sir,
thank you for your comments,
your time
sir.
is
Thank
up.
you. Your time is up.
Yeah, I heard you, Doc. The little white boy went to the school in Connecticut, killed up the innocent white kid that are defenseless.
Thank you, Pastor Williams.
You
Please,
think
sir.
y'all care? Y'all don't care.
Thank you,
That's
Pastor
what I
Williams.
heard.
Thank
I
you,
heard
sir.
it the first time.
Thank you, sir.
Don't bother me. Well, I tell you, this is an evil country.
Good morning. My name is Gil Livingstone. I am the architect for Malka Isaac. I'd like to say a couple things. Number one, part of the reason we haven't moved further forward than we have is because the coronavirus shut us all down for a couple months, including my entire office. I sent my people home. Luckily, we're back up and working, and that's fine, but it literally shut us down. As far as drawings for the city to turn them in to go, hey, give us a permit, they can be done in a month. That's straightforward. That being said, the other thing is in the packet that you were given is a copy of the letter that I sent to the city where I did the full analysis of the contract. And the 42,800 and change is basically what it works out to as a change order that is done with respect to the work that has to be redone and that was actually not yet done. So you'll see it done in the chart in that letter in apples to apples, which is the easiest way to understand why we said, okay, basically 100 grand makes 0 cents. Other than that, as they said, we're ready to go. It's just a matter of, sorry folks, we got told go home, don't work, and we did. So, thank you much.
Thank you for your comments.
name Connie Burton. Black Lives Matter. They say his name, we would have to say all of their names for the ultimate sacrifice that has brought this nation almost to its knees. The whole world is watching. If you go now to where you usually have your meetings, you would see Black Lives Matter signs hanging out of the windows. But I question that when I look at the agenda, and it says business as usual. Keep on moving in the same footsteps. You come down here in this part of town, and you wonder and question how people can still be up under the same CRA rules of blight. I wish the Super Bowl host committee come to East Tampa so we can show them for 30 plus years of coming to this city council and asking just for the basic. Just asking for the basic of accountability to make sure that those who are receiving money in social services are doing what they're supposed to do. Those that are receiving money to build affordable housing is doing it for the people that live there. Those who receive a ton of money for rehab, and we got blue tarps everywhere. So it's all BS. It's all BS. We got people that's living in the Roadway Hotel over there on 50th Street has become a housing complex where people are paying $375 a week. Can't cook there, but that's where they live. And we beyond sick and tired. We come down here and we say we could build a model of affordable housing. You've had all type of surveys, discussions about how this city is lagging in affordable housing. And you say, well, that's determined by the market. Well, the market is on its knees. Ain't nobody working. You're in a recession, and you're still building houses inside of East Tampa that the community cannot afford, and now the people are being dumped into the county. It's because it's part of a systemic racism. You don't want to see us. You don't want to hear us. But I can just tell you, we making all preparation. But when that Super Bowl get here, we gonna give them a worldwide tour of showing them just what it looked like to be black in Tampa. Yes, it's a lot of fanfare, and it's some people that can get to your table and you're cutting them a big check. But I challenge you that if those organizations had the pulse of the community, or if the community even know them, you know what we wouldn't see? We wouldn't see so much of violence inside of the African community if people was addressing real needs. But what is happening is these cozy, wonderful relationships that you have with some black folks. They come in here and pray. They get noted because they did things 30 and 40 years, but nobody in the community know them. Our community is hungry. Young people want to be employed. We want to be able to lift our children up so they can see a future for themselves. And right now, all we see is poverty and misery. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Anyone else for public comment? Anyone else for public comment? I'm going to close the public comment. Go to staff reports. Item number 1, monthly report from CAC representative.
Good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Damian Beal. I'm the chair for the CRA in Drew Park, giving you a staff update for the Drew Park CRA. The advisory committee in Drew Park, excuse me, is now at full staff. So we now have 9 members, and we've been holding virtual meetings due to the pandemic. And we look forward to updating the strategic plan. The Drew Park strategic plan update is in the data gathering and analysis process. Involve the community, do some community involvement starting in late July. We're looking at ways to do this safe and effectively. So whether it be in a venue like this or whether we do telephonic or virtual, we are exploring all of those options. The Tampa Bay Linear Park is under construction and should be completed by late June. This park provides much-needed attractive green space and recreational space, and it also completes the sidewalk Cargo and Lois. This project has been in a long time making, but we are in the process of making it happen, and hopefully we can have a ribbon cutting ceremony when it's completed. There have been two facade grants approved since January of 2020. One was a warehouse facility, and the other is on the agenda today. It is the highly visible property on Del Mabry, which is the former site of the Seltzer Steakhouse. That is going to be turned into a mixed-use plaza for restaurants and businesses. And it's been an eyesore for so long that we are welcoming the change in that area. And last but not least, even though some businesses have been affected by COVID-19, it doesn't appear that a large number of the businesses in Drew Park have been affected, but we are monitoring that closely. And we're getting out updates and distribution lists out to our distribution list for resources, available resources to help them. So with that, those are my updates for the Drew Park CRA.
Thank you, sir. Item number 2, monthly report CRA activities.
Good morning, board members. Jeanette LaRussa Fenton, interim manager of the Drew Park and West Tampa CRA. I'm here to provide you the monthly report update on both those CRAs. Actually, I won't really tell you Drew Parks because I think Mr. Beal did a good job of updating you, so I'll just talk about West Tampa for a few moments. Things are finally returning to semi-normal. The West Tampa CAC had their first regular virtual meeting in May. It was a very productive meeting, and they are resuming their work on a variety of issues, affordable housing, the West River property RFP, the West Tampa overlay revisions, and affordable housing. They've devoted a lot of time to revisions to the West Tampa overlay, and we have been very fortunate to have a lot of cooperation from LaShawn Dock and the planning department staff in helping to review those provisions of the overlay that may be impeding businesses and residential development, and to make them easier to work with and more up to date. So that's been an ongoing project. We are hoping to bring some of revisions back to you in this cycle and then continue working on other revisions for upcoming cycles. You approved last month a facade grant for $13,547 for a entertainment venue at 2502 North Albany. So we are always very pleased when we can have facade grants that really help revitalize the community. The restaurants in West Tampa have reopened, and they are starting to begin normal or semi-normal operations. They've had a very good response. You know that people love our West Tampa restaurants, so we are looking forward to the time when they can be fully operational. We are continuing to keep the community informed on resources and activities and projects and programs to assist them through this time. And finally, many of you are familiar with the Unity West Tampa event that was held last year in Julian B. Lane Park. Given the COVID issues and some other factors, at this time that event is being postponed. So normally it would have been held in September, but they are now looking at hopefully a new date in 2021. That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can CTTV queue up the PowerPoint for item number 2? Thank you.
Hi, Courtney Orr, Ybor City CRA Manager. Most of the things that we've been very involved with have to do with the COVID-19 and the Tampa programs that have been implemented, such as the Lift Up Local and One Tampa relief programs. So we've been communicating a lot with the community in regard to those programs and keeping them informed with anything related to the COVID-19 crisis that our businesses, merchants, residents need to know. So we've been very, very actively involved with communication efforts on that front. We've been working with solid waste because as businesses increase their activities, the solid waste will have to be ramped back up because there was a little bit of a reduction in service due to not needing that much of service while businesses were closed. So we're working with solid waste and making sure that the businesses are being addressed with their daily trash needs. And we have ordered Hexagon and Adobe pavers for the 14 to 1500 block of 7th Avenue because Hotel Haya is expected to be open in September of this year. And on the north side of the 14th to 15th block, that is going to look really nice. And we want the south side of 7th Avenue, that block, to look just as nice. So we'll be improving that with new hexagon pavers. We are continuing the streetscape down to 26th Street. As you may know, today only the amenities in the streetscape go to 24th Street. We've been trying to build up enough funding to complete the 7th Avenue streetscape all the way down to 26th Avenue. So we are moving forward on that and hope that that will be able to go forward in fiscal year 21. We conducted a couple of surveys just to get some feedback from the merchants and the property owners in regard to COVID-19, and it was nice to see that the results reflected what the One Tampa program actually was put in place for, which was utility and mortgage assistance. And we also did an FDOT 14th, 15th Street exit buffer zone analysis. We wanted to hear from the community that should the 14th, 15th Street exit that is proposed by FDOT, should that be put into place, we wanted to know what the community would like to see in regard to enhancements in the area. And we have provided that to you and to FDOT staff. We continue, although activity has been down in Ybor, we have been working very closely with our Ybor City Environmental Services YES team, as they're better known as, and have been keeping the streets and alleyways very clean, the parklets, and also have been working with our intensive pressure washing company to make sure that the amenities and the appearance of 7th Avenue and throughout the district still has maintained what it always looks like. We have actually had a meeting with TICO recently in regard to our 7th Avenue and streetscape enhancement project, where we'll be replacing the iconic 7th Avenue archway light all up and down 7th Avenue, and we are working on a communications plan to start reaching out to get the community fully aware of what that project will look like and its timeline. In regard to our committees, the YCDC Culture, Arts, and Special Events Committee held a virtual meeting, and we started to review the Vision 2020 Strategic Action Plan items so that we can select the top 5 items that we need to address within that committee. And we reviewed our special events co-sponsorship grant that will be released. Actually, I believe it may go live tomorrow. So we will be soliciting applications for our special events. Those events that had to be canceled due to the COVID-19 situation, we did hold a special call meeting last week to see if any of those canceled meetings or canceled events would like to propose a different style of an event to take place before the end of the fiscal year, so by September 30th. So a couple of 2 or 3 of those events were approved to go forward before September. And we had a facade grant application approval at 2234 East 7th Avenue. We reviewed that. And in regard to public safety and transportation, we are still moving forward with helping to fund security cameras along 7th Avenue. We have offered to assist for financial payment for up to 10 security cameras along 7th Avenue. And then for our board meeting, we reviewed our marketing and communications RFP. We currently have a marketing company on board, and that contract is set to expire in September. So we have worked with our committee to issue language of a scope of services for a new RFP to be issued sometime at the end of this month. And that concludes my report.
Ms. Orr, how was the reopening of the bars and nightclubs this past week?
I haven't heard any concerns at this point. I have not. I know there were a lot of concerns on the front end, not quite certain who could open, who couldn't, but it sounds like TPD and the community handled it quite well. I didn't hear that there were any concerns or issues.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Board. Ed Johnson, CRA Manager for East Tampa. If we have the PowerPoint, please. Here we go. I'm going to share with you our direct activities for the month. As I like to report on ongoing projects. Oops. It was already on East Tampa. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'd like to continue to report on ongoing projects and programs every month. This month, I'm kind of highlighting our Clean City team and our youth activities program that we have been funded this past year at the tune of $425,000. As part of that, there was another awarding of $133,000 to be able to hire 5 part-time individuals that are graduates from our summer youth programs. And since this slide was made, we now have 3 part-timers that have already started working, and 2 of them are still in background clearance. And so the work that our young folks are doing, by the way, the summer youth program also started the 1st of June. We have 36 youth that are working the summer, during the summer months while school is out, and they've already started work. And this report obviously doesn't incorporate what they're started. This was from last month. So community service work, we've had 10 community service workers that worked with our Clean City folks. And they produced over 80 man hours, producing the routine maintenance that you see displayed here. They covered 104 square miles of our major thoroughfares and residential corridors that were serviced, which included but are not limited to mowing, edging, herbicide treatment, litter abatement, snipe sign removals, and minor tree trimming. Also, they service the Red Brick bus stop that's located at Columbus and Nebraska Avenue. The abatement for litter and trash throughout East Tampa. We always hear about the waste and the accumulation in our community, but these folks are doing a tremendous job of being able to remove this. As you can see, 214, almost 215 tons of debris was collected. And I want to highlight some of the special projects that they do. Litter abatement along Nebraska Avenue, which includes Burrell Park, and this is ongoing daily. They are constantly working with our Parks Department folks to be able to keep Burrell Park policed up, as well as along Nebraska Avenue, all the way from I-4 all the way to Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, which entails cleaning the rights of way, the bus stops, underneath the underpasses. And they've also responded to over 30 service requests consisting of illegal dumping, graffiti abatement, tree concerns, alleyways, and vacant lot maintenance. Now, along with the work that our clean team does, we also have a allotted $100,000 for demolition of dilapidated properties within East Tampa. And our folks have been working really hard in identifying those structures and getting them through the process. We've issued to date 152 structures have been issued demolition citations, with 54 of those structures have been demolished since the end of May. 31 of those 54 properties were voluntarily removed by the existing owners, saving us a tremendous amount of resources funding-wise. So 23 of those structures were demolished by our own funded contractor. And I want to kind of highlight some indirect activities that are happening within the CRA. As you know, 34th Street has an ongoing safety and road improvement project that was started back in March. And that is a $3.7 million project that was awarded to David Nelson contractors, and they've started with developing the roundabouts, one at 34th and 21st Avenue, and one at Lake Avenue that they've already started. They're about 30% into the contract. They started in March and they're 30% complete. Substantial completion of this project is slated for December, and final completion somewhere around February of next year. Another one I wanted to kind of highlight is along Columbus Drive. This is a safety improvement project. The scope of services for this project is to complete streets and safety improvement from Nebraska, running from Nebraska Avenue down to 14th Street, which includes 8-foot wide sidewalks, crosswalks, and resurfacing of this right-of-way. So on the bottom is kind of a conceptual design of exactly what it will entail. The final design was completed in April. Bidding and procurement process is starting this month, and we hope to start construction in November. And the estimated cost of this project is $2.6 million. Another one, which is also a complete streets project, is getting ready to start. It's on the books to start also. And the scope of this one is, again, complete streets, a safety improvement running from Tampa Street over to 9th Street, which includes lane reallocations, two-way, a track, mid-block crosswalks, and resurfacing. So final design was should be completed next year, with construction to start in October of '21. The estimated cost of this project is a little over $2.1 million. And I'll just end up with giving you some ideas of some notable events that have taken place since last reporting. I received a call from the contractor, or the developer actually, of Madison Highlands Affordable Housing Development that will be constructed at Hillsborough Avenue and 37th Street, and that's 102 units of elderly, affordable elderly apartments for 55 and above. They told me that they're closing on their tax credit, their 9% tax credits that they're getting from the state for this project. The closing is scheduled for October. The East Tampa Strategic Action Plan, the contract has been awarded and approved and funded, and the contractor is slated to start discussions with our community sometime in the mid-month of June here. And I've been involved daily as a member of the EOC, as the Economic Development Representative for ESF 18 member. Also continue to meet with private sector developers discussing potential housing and commercial project concepts. And I'll kind of share with you a little bit. It's not for total release yet, but I've been working with two developers that are right now constructing a surgical mask production company, manufacturing company that's going to be operating within our CRA, and there will be some press coming out on that just as soon as they finish with their permits, which are in the works right as we speak. They've already gone through the hiring process. They actually hired 30 personnel for this company, and 19 of the 30 that they've hired are women, and the majority of the folks reside within the East Tampa CRA. So there'll be more coming out on that as they finish developing their plan of action. The last couple things, also want to highlight that we have been continuously meeting with our advisory committee and their subcommittees virtually. We've held several meetings since the last time we reported. They've been actively working on developing project and program ideas for the upcoming FY21 budget process to be able to distribute the dollar amount. I think it was a little over $5 million that's slated for FY21 for the East Tampa CRA. So the group has been working very hard on coming up and developing projects to be able to disperse all of that $5 million in designated projects and programs, and you'll be hearing more about that as we go on through the year. So that's all I have to report today.
Mr. Johnson, a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
I would like for you to get with Safe and Sound, Mr. Freddie Barton. I was invited to a meeting last week, myself and Representative Diane Hart, in reference to an entrepreneurship program to where we have minority business owners who deal in roofing, who deal in landscaping, painting, and so forth. And we kind of came up with a concept. We're not looking for the AB student, we're looking for the FDC students, those who are under the trees, those who have some challenges with some of their backgrounds. We think that if we're able to foster some grant or monies, that we can be able to get some of these partners in the community who have these type of businesses to where they can employ some of these individuals to clean up East Tampa. I asked that at my last CRA board meeting, I asked that the board try to come up with an idea about a task force in reference to zones of East Tampa, because it's 11.4 miles. I'm still looking for that to be done, because I do believe that you have to cordon off these sections to be able to make an improvement and people can see something that's happening. So I'd like for you to get with Mr. Barton and possibly have Mr. Barton come and meet with the CAC of East Tampa in reference to the program he's trying to put up. I'm a part of that. Representative Hart is a part of that, to be able to maybe help get some dollars to be able to start employing some of our young kids to help get them off the streets. With all the shootings I'm having in the district, economics is a problem. If they're working, they ain't shooting. If they're working, they ain't playing around. So my thing is we need to develop an entrepreneurial program. We have dollars now to be able to put in East Tampa to where you have businesses that have painting companies, roofing companies, landscaping, to be able to help that community survive, strive, and get the blight out. We've got to get rid of the garbage and trash. And my thing is, if you've got young people who are just hanging out, sitting down, we should be able to at least put them to work with some of these smaller companies and so forth, to be able to get them on an entrepreneurship, apprenticeship, working with some of these companies to get them to the next level. Everybody wants to say the infection of success. Everybody wants to be successful. Don't think they don't. They've got some challenges, but I believe we have some dollars now in that CRA we can put to some type of entrepreneurial program. We've done that with some of these code enforcement jobs that the CRA has given them, but I think you got to look at the other side of the kids who can't get on the job site, who can't pass a background with the city workforce, but they may be able to get on a job crew with a local painter, a local roofer, local landscaping company. We've got to be able to draw those kids to get them to be successful. So I'm asking that you take that back to your CAC board. Get with Freddie Barton, if you would, please. Bring him to one of those meetings and let him explain what we're trying to do. Myself and several other businesses met with him. We all put up some money up front already to Mr. Barton as a little cover to show our commitment. So that's what I'm looking for that CRA to kind of do. We've got money now. We need to help kids get employed and get their minds set on different goals and avenues. So I'm hoping that you can do that for me, sir.
I'll reach out to Mr. Barton today or tomorrow and make sure we have some conversation to see what type of program and the possible collaboration that we could make. But I'd also like to put on the record, our advisory committee and the work that they're doing now in trying to develop new ideas and new programs. Example is the summer youth program that we already have in existence, that's been in existence for several years. We have 36 kids that are actually out there working right now on the street. So our advisory committee is looking at expanding the numbers from 36, maybe doubling that number for next year, and the possibility of even hiring some of these individuals on a part-time basis that will also give them the opportunity for advancement in other opportunities that might come up in the city. We've had a lot of success with our summer youth program over the years. Several of full-time employees that are now working for the city came through that program. So it's, we do know it works, and we have the resources, and we're going to continue to try to expand that. So maybe with what Mr. Barton has, the type of program he has, maybe we can form a collective collaboration of some type to be able to advance that. We'll definitely look into it.
Well, that's my point. I understand that the program has been successful, and I'm grateful that we're able to add more kids to that. But again, those kids are in a top echelon group.
I understand.
I'm talking about those kids in that bottom tier. That's who we've got to give an opportunity to as well. They can't get on the city workforce. I've got 18 kids now who are still waiting for their background checks for that for the program. I don't know if they've all gone through. I went to the orientation last week and spoke. I talked about the 3 C's to them. So I understand that level of kid, but I've got to save all kids, and I've got to save that bottom percentile who are at risk. And matter of fact, we're talking about changing that word "at risk" to possible. It's a negative word in itself. So I understand. I'm grateful what we do have, but we still have some other challenges. And what I'm asking as the board chairman is that you take that message back to your CEC board of East Tampa, because I think we can still help more kids in that bottom area who are under those trees, who are hanging out in those convenience stores, causing havoc in the city because they are trying to get dollars. If they're getting dollars, they ain't doing what they need. They're not doing bad things. So please take that message back, sir.
Will do. And just also remember the answer to that is having companies that are willing to open their doors to be able to hire some of these kids once they go through some type of training to get them prepared for it. Is at the end of the day, they have to have a place to go. So we've got to find a way to get the attention of business owners that will be able to hire some of these kids once that happens. So that's the kind of support that we're going to need from you guys.
I understand. I understand. Let's not say what we can't do. Let's say what we can do. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Carlson, recognize.
Could I just follow on what you said? Around a year ago, we talked about other kinds of service programs that we could offer, and we got a legal opinion that we couldn't do that exactly. One Tampa had an exception, and so some funding was able to be pushed through there. But just building on what my colleague said, anything, Mr. Massey, Mr. Johnson, anything you all can think about and work with the CAC on that would involve training that we can legally use CRA money for, but also anything that can help build entrepreneurship, any direct or indirect support that could help do that. I think I mentioned the Boston Community Capital model where they buy real estate that has housing and shops in it, and then they subsidize the shops as a equity investment in the companies. And I don't know exactly what we can do. It's for another conversation, but anything we can do to help not only provide job-ready skills, but also to inspire entrepreneurship. And Mr. Johnson, to your point about companies, if you have a problem trying to match people with companies, let me know. I'm happy to go to any of the business organizations and be a big advocate for that. I think that bridging those gaps could help fill those positions quickly.
Well, thank you. That would definitely help.
Morris Massey, just real quickly, and we obviously will work creatively to try to find what ways we can assist. But you are correct. Generally, under the Community Redevelopment Act, we are limited in what we can provide. It's primarily in redevelopment activities, but we will obviously look at this as creatively as possible to see what we can do to help. So.
Any others?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, or good morning, CRA Board. Rob Rosner, Urban Development Manager for Downtown. Could we put up the slide deck, please? So to start off with, I'd like to report about the building we're in right now at the Tampa Convention Center. The RFQ process was supposed to happen in March and May, and obviously that's being pushed off. The interview process for the ones that were selected, it will be in July, and that's being handled through Brad Baird and Contracts Admin, and that process will be happening through July. So moving forward with the Riverwalk improvements, the permitting is just about to complete. The last of the final comments were put in yesterday, and we're wrapping those up today or tomorrow. This phase 2 that I'll report on in a little bit is starting the next process, and the Riverwalk improvements will be done in this next phase. Indirect activities, as you know, the Lift Up Local and the Parklet pilots have been something that's been very successful for downtown. There's been a lot of activity for that. Mostly the parklets and the street closures that help the businesses be able to expand for the COVID has received a lot of national attention, and commend the administration for moving forward with those, and a lot of downtown folks have felt that was a positive thing to do. So. Moving on to Water Street Tampa, JW Marriott continues to be on schedule. They believe they will be open in December and operating, so they'll be ready for Super Bowl, and they're going through that process. 815 Water Street, the 2 towers that are there, they have topped out and are closing their building and beginning interior renovations as we speak. One of the 2 cranes is now being dismantled, and they're working through the MOT for closing streets that do that. The 1001 office building, what's next door to Morsani School of Medicine, is moving along as expected. They've topped out it structurally as well. There's a residential tower that's part of that next block, which is called the H1 block, is ahead of schedule on construction because of the COVID has been able to speed along, and then they've been able to hire people that have lost jobs. So they're seeing a benefit from rehiring people that have been underemployed or lost employment. Planners are working on phase 3. That's the next piece of it. We are for finishing up the end of phase 1, which had multiple stages within it. This is the area that is north of Cumberland. They're going through that next planning process for what are they going to do with the mill site. So, and then the Downtown Partnership has provided $50,000 worth of local grants to the local businesses, and those have all been distributed. And those were in the form of $2,500 each, I believe. Do you have any questions before I move on to Channel District? Great, thank you. So in the Channel District, we're meeting regularly, and we've been meeting with our stakeholders for each of these different projects as we design them. Many of them are in 30 or 60% sets, and we're moving through working with all the different departments, water, transportation, sewer, reviewing the plans that are complete at this point. We're realizing that some of these areas need more water line work than we expected, and some of those costs will change, but the best time to do it is now as we touch these things. So we're working through those. I'm not going to go through each one of these, but as you can see, we're keeping a regular list of things and where they are in the process. And we've been meeting with these stakeholders using virtual meetings, and on a few occasions we'd meet on site, and when we would do that, we would socially distance properly and also have face coverings. So Madison Street Park has been completed, and we're still planning to have a ribbon cutting with y'all. We did do a soft opening, and I'll leave it to Paul Dial. I believe that was about 2 weeks ago that we did that. The neighborhoods were really wanting to use the park and wanted a soft opening, and they were able to accomplish that, and I applaud Paul Dial for doing that. So with that, we'll move on to the next slide. Sparkman Wharf, I met with SPP recently, and they announced that they're pretty much done with the offices and retail spaces in that building, and they're just wrapping up a few things, and they're planning a ribbon cutting for that as well soon. So I'm sure you'll be hearing something through the mayor's office or through your offices. The Williams Oil site is being done by ECI in partnership with Mercury Advisors, which is Ken Stoltenberg, and that project's moving along. They're going through the permit process, and they're working through some of the agreements that go along with getting their bonus density and those things. So you'll see that on later in the month on council agendas. Across the street from that, the Daniel Corporation, they haven't named their project yet, but that's the Marseille parcel that we moved the lift station that was in the middle of that parcel. We moved that a number of years ago to make this parcel buildable, and also to upgrade the lift station to all the needs of the area. So that project, I spoke with him just yesterday, and they're very excited about getting into the ground in late August to start doing foundation permits and getting that work done. There is some remediation work that goes along with that, but they have a good plan with that, and I've had Dan Fahey from our group contact them to make sure they're taking advantage of the brownfield grant process and some of the other things that are available in the Channel District. So other activities, I'm sorry, do you have any questions before I go on to the
Let me
next?
jump in there just a minute.
Yes.
Mr. Rosner. Are you familiar with a letter that was sent out from the ABC Florida Gulf Coast Associated Builders and Contractors
Regarding?
regarding bonus density down in the Channel District? I've got this letter here that was received. I did send it to Ms. Van Loan.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
That deals with the zoning code, chapter 27. He's asking for a change potentially in that code provision, so that's something that you all ought to take up in your capacity as city council, not
That's what I was
really
gonna
the
ask.
CRA board. I believe there's a workshop on the bonus density program that's going to come before you all, I believe at the end of July, so it will be discussed at that point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the information. Thank you.
Yes, but those projects will be affected by it if that was your question. Yes. Could we have the slide deck? Okay. Any other questions about Channel District before we move on? Wonderful. So Tampa Heights Riverfront. So we don't have any direct activities from the CRA themselves because we've been in the same hiatus as most. We have been meeting as a CAC. What we've been working on in the meantime is making the first major payment to the CDD per the agreement. And I'm mentioning here the qualified debt, which is the portion that is mentioned in the agreement, which is our CRA plan for the 74%. So they're submitting all the bond work and all the pieces to prove the work has been done or has been bonded, and we're processing that payment as we speak. So Revenue and Finance is calculating the actuals for the past 7 years that has been built up and what's the appropriate amount. And then each year we'll have this, about this time each year, we'll be making the 74% payment towards the qualified debt per the agreement. So I wanted to just report that we are in the process of doing that, very similar to what we did with SPP last year, and we do around this time each year for settling up for those. So just wanted to give you an idea. Soho Capital has been marketing and keeping their food vendors engaged at the Heights Union, at the Heights Market, I mean. And then the first of the two roundabouts is under construction right now, and we're working with them right now for some related water issues to tie in, and obviously sometimes surveys don't always show exactly real conditions, they show best conditions at the time. So we've been working with water and sewer to tackle the issues as they come up. Why did that go backwards? So indirect, they've been writing some easements for putting out some transformers and switch gears. One of those goes in Burdette Park. That's a plan that we've always had. So that was for us to be able to underground some of the overhead utilities, as we're doing in many of our other CRAs. We're also working with them on some other necessary approvals and permitting, and we've been in a regular conversation with Adam Harden and his group. They're also coordinating with the utility companies. TECO has been most challenging because a lot of work has been wanting to be underground. Mira bought them out, and there's a lot of people that are retiring this year, and they're trying to fill those positions back in with new people and new things, so that they're aging out in some of their folks, and so they're trying to keep up with us, and there's a lot going on in downtown and Tampa Heights as well. And then the Heights Union building, if you guys been at Palm and Tampa, you've seen that it's almost all glassed in. It's looking very good. The garage looks close to complete, at least from the outside. I'm sure there's some structural things they're still working on, but that project's moving along very smoothly. Do you have any questions before I move on to Central Park? So in Central Park, we had some CAC activity. We had a request for demolishing a building. There's a building at 1526 Nebraska Avenue. It's a small blue building right across from the Saunders Library that I'll show you a picture of in a minute. It's a city-owned property. We're looking to demolish that, and it's very reasonable cost. So they voted to pay for that through CRA funds for the demolition of that building, and then we can get that parcel sold or put back into the tax roll for sale. In Encore, the negotiations with the developer for Lot 10 have been going well. They are competing with a strong mixed-use retail office, and have had a lot of good conversations and been getting involved with Tampa Housing Authority and Jeanette Jason, who's representing those properties. So very good activity there. Just to move on to the next slide. This is where that parcel is that we were talking about, and there's a picture of the building that's going to be demolished. So is there any questions?
Mr. Chair. Why do you think it's taken so long for Encore to be developed? That land next to the buildings that were built has been sitting there maybe 10 years.
You're talking about Lot 10, or are you talking about this building? This blue building's nearby. It's a couple blocks away.
I can't tell from the map, but there are buildings kind of on the north of the parcel, and then there are a bunch of empty spaces on the south.
Okay, so where the pin mark is on this is right across from the library.
It's to the north.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to go?
I'm just talking about Encore itself, the property that Encore is on.
Yes, there's a number of lots there. They did have a master plan for that, and they're trying to stick with the master plan for trying to attract the grocery, the hotel, and the mixed-use residential.
But the buildings that were built 10 or 15 years ago, I think, right? Why is it taking so long?
No, those have all been built in the past 6 years.
Okay. It just seems like in a booming economy that something would have been built south of that.
Yes, and the other thing that's just kind of odd about the Central Park CRA is all the parcels along Cass Street are actually in downtown, and there's an odd line there for where that is. Actually, one of the lots, I think Lot 10, and forgive me if I get my numbers wrong, is actually half in downtown and half in Central Park.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
You're recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rosner, you made a comment about those buildings were built recently. Is that built or rebuilt?
Well, the Central Park Apartments that used to be on the site of Encore, all that was being redeveloped in 2011 through 2012.
Let me rephrase my question. Hasn't the building Tempo been rebuilt?
Not rebuilt. They had an issue with a contractor and had to renegotiate and get somebody else to finish the building, but I'd have to leave Leroy Moore to give you more specifics on that.
Thank you, Mr. Rosner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
May I continue, Mr. Rosner?
All right, thank you.
Give me 1 second to get organized. We've been informed that all of our little motions up here are making lots of noise. So I'm trying to be like a mouse up on this podium. Good morning, Michelle Van Loan, CRA department. I wanted to finish up with our department updates. Quickly wanted to respond to Chair Good's comment about your motion last month. That was referred to the East Tampa CAC and their subcommittees to handle that you had asked about for housing and going through to try and sort of bang on the doors and beat the bushes to make sure that everyone knew what programs were available so that they could take advantage of that. So that was referred back to the CAC to work on that. A couple of updates for us department-wide versus specifically for any of the one CRAs. Staffing, we are down to a handful of about 3 candidates. For the past week, 10 days, our staff and our HR have been a little bit preoccupied, as most of us have been, so we're got a little bit delayed. I hope by the end of June, I will be sending you all an email letting you know the direction we've gone and are going with the West Tampa manager and also with replacing my position. With that, it was recently brought up sort of the imbalance of how we currently look like we're staffed. When I started in 2012 working in East Tampa had 4 full-time employees dedicated just to East Tampa. Ybor had 4 full-time employees dedicated just to East Tampa. West Tampa also had, West Tampa and Drew Park had a staff person dedicated to assisting Ms. Fenton, and the same role that Brenda Thrower and I did in our other series, along with 5 office staff that work downtown alongside the CRA managers. We are not looking to at any point get back to 18. I believe it was as high as 23 at one time. We've been at about 10. As we start going into our revenues, I'll start getting with you one-on-one and showing you that our revenues are higher now than they were when I started in 2012 and 2008, even at the height. And we've been doing all this work with 10 employees. East Tampa, for the past 6 months or even longer, they've been commenting that having a project person stretched out across so many CRAs that, and as CRA board has mentioned, the timeliness of getting stuff rolled out to the street when we can't focus so directly. And now with our increased revenues, as we go through our budgeting process, you'll see a lot more line items showing up on these budgets with programs. Every time we add a program, that requires staff time to develop and manage and oversee that, market that, and at our current capacity, we're just a little bit too low. So I will be coming back to you with looking back at having dedicated staff for East Tampa and then West Tampa and Drew Park. The East Tampa CAC has already supported that, and they are happy to do that because, again, the importance of having the staff is to get these programs rolled out and on the street. So as I talk about the budget in a second, we'll talk about timing, and I'll be having and arranging one-on-ones with you for that. So with staffing, like I said, by the end of June, I hope to have decisions made. I will inform you all of that and talk to you about that direction where we're going. At the July 23rd meeting, when we meet again, we hope to have all the new staff here to introduce you to the community and to the CRA board, and we'll start getting them out in the community as soon as possible. We'll also possibly have some other transitions. We've been looking at our department for not just each year in each budget, but where are we heading as an organization over the next 3 to 5 years. So over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be coming back and talking to you about where we believe we're headed and what that organization could look like. So we'll be having more conversations about that.
Ms.
Yes,
Fallon,
sir.
and that's a West Tampa manager and 2 project managers, one for the east and one for the west?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
That's my hope. So that's where we are for staffing. On our budget cycle for FY21, I just wanted to give you some dates. Our CACs have been meeting throughout the month of June. We still have some more CAC meetings that will be happening. And we hope to have all of our draft ideas and projects and budgets from our CAC. Their subcommittees have been meeting and filtering up their priorities, as you heard from Ybor, the West Tampa subcommittees, filtering that all up to the main CAC to then come up with the programs that they'd like to see adopted in the FY21 budget. My goal then is to take their budgets and during the month of July, between July 13th and July 24th, when you come back from your break over the summer and your conferences, I will be scheduling with all of you one-on-ones to discuss the CAC budgets, to discuss your priorities, strategic planning, where you would like to go, be able to take all that information from all of you, and then come back at our August 20th meeting with what that would look like as I align the priorities of the CRA board members and our CACs. And of course, when I say I mean myself, all these people behind me, our fiscal officer that supports us diligently in the budget office. And then we would come back in September with the draft budget book after we have that bigger discussion in August, and then again finalize the budget at the October 8th CRA board meeting. So that's about the timeline that we're at right now. Any questions about the budget process? Okay. On the next page, our preliminary budget revenues. Our property appraiser's office gives us numbers twice over the summer. They give them to us around June 1st, May 30th, and then again at the end of June. These are our preliminary numbers for the CRAs. We will have final numbers at the end of this month. I was in a hurry to share good news with you. So as you can see, if these numbers stay within a few percentages, our CRAs will be averaging a 17.57% increase in property revenue, property values and revenue for the FY21 based on current property values. The city as a whole had about an 8% increase in that revenue. So we are well ahead of the curve. A lot of people look at our numbers and they look at the big dollar amounts that come out of downtown and Channel District. So if we took out downtown and Channel District, the growth in the remaining CRAs would actually be at 22.46%. So I just wanted to show you the health of our CRAs and give you an idea of where we're headed. Again, we'll be able to true up these numbers at the end of June so that as we go into those July budget discussions, we'll have those exact dollar numbers. Are there any questions on the numbers? Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Carlson, you recognize.
Forgive me if you said this and I missed it, but you and I were talking about One Tampa, and I think that despite all the advertising on the CRA side, we haven't used all the One Tampa money yet. And although I think it's a really good program, and I supported us supporting it, I think at some point we have to put an end to it because you see the community coming before us telling us all the other things that we need to invest in, and the CRA is one of those buckets of money that during a recession we might still be able to make investments that will help the community in other ways besides that. So I think you told me that there is kind of an end or sunset to it, correct?
Yes, and when I get to the next slides and update you on One Tampa, I'll fill you in on that deadline and then how the balance of that funds will be back into the funds and for reallocation for FY21. Any other questions on the preliminary budget? Okay. So as Councilman Carlson so astutely pointed out, as Carol Post reported to you last week in her update to last week or week before for City Council, round one was not quite the response that we had hoped for in our ability to get money out on the streets to our businesses. We got a lot of feedback from our businesses, a lot of feedback from the processors of those business applications as to what we needed to do to tweak the program. So as Ms. Post announced, we're coming out with a round two, but I did want to show you a report on for the CRA dollars out of that $3 million. For round one, we're using just shy of 21,000. That comes out to 21 grants. Of the 21 grants, we're about 50%. The CRAs were about 50% of the business grants issued. So I am happy to know that despite the limited numbers, the marketing did reach our community for the people that did apply. Since then, for round two, again, I'm just following up on what Ms. Post told you a couple weeks ago. This was launched again June 1st. We did round two. We lessened the restrictions that we had for business requirements to qualify from round one. So again, they reduced the operating from 2 years to 1 year. They increased the revenue from $250,000 to $350,000, and we completely did away with the requirement of how many employees as a max you were allowed to have in order to qualify. So if you only have a maximum revenue of $350,000, and if you employ 3 people or 5 people or 15 people, if you have more part-time people, shift work, you would all still qualify for that round two grant. That grant was supposed to, the application period expire tomorrow at noon. Again, during the events of the past couple of weeks, many of our businesses in our community, rightly so, have been distracted and focusing their energies in other places and on slightly more bigger important issues for our community. And we do not want to penalize our businesses and our business owners who have been out there engaged for their community the past few weeks. So we have extended the deadline. The city's putting out all that information, so you're hearing it here first, all the way to June 30th. Once the June 30th deadline happens for the CRAs, any applications received by June 30th, that is the extent of any CRA participation. So if the city moves forward with any additional programs that will not include CRA participation, we'll have an idea then in July how much of that money would be coming out of the CRA funds, and that remaining balance, as I go into then talking about the interest, we will be able to use all of that interest again to use into the respective CRA budgets. As they talked about, they have, again, learned a lot from round one. We're already at over 250 applications that are in the hopper being processed. And again, for our CRAs, 163 of those applications, and this is our information as of last week on June 4th. So this is the dispersal. You can see of the different applications of where they're coming out of our CRAs. We're seeing a nice cross-section across our CRAs, and now again, they'll have until June 30th to get that application in to qualify. Are there any questions on this from the CRA side? And as we get more numbers towards the end of the month, we'll be sending you out emails to update you on this information. Our last update for our department is on our interest. Let me get rid of that so it won't make noise. So our interest has been collecting over the years. As we've discussed over the past couple of months, as we've been talking about the interest, for us, this interest was our rainy day fund. I mentioned a couple of CRA board meetings ago for East Tampa, had we not saved construction cost dollars during the recession, when we built 22nd Street, we would have had to have used that interest money to get us through those 2 to 4 years of severe reduction in our revenues. Severe meaning we were at 0 for 2 years. 1 year we were at 32,000. So we had 3 or 4 years of basically no revenue coming in. We were able to use the $2 million of savings from the construction costs from 22nd Street. But had we not been able to benefit from, and I hate to use the word benefit, but because of the recession, the project was estimated before the recession hit. We actually bid the project during the recession, and it came in at $2 million less of cost. So over that time, we were able to benefit from that $2 million of savings. But had we not had that, we would have needed to use this interest to supplement the salaries and operations of staff during that time for the CRA. So that interest money has always been going back to the IORIO administration, our rainy day fund. On your quarterly reports, on the front page, your quarterly report is divided by each CRA. On the front summary page of each CRA, that interest has been there. So what we're looking to do, due to much of the discussion and comments by CRA board members, is we are proposing that we now allocate that interest on an annual basis. We're proposing, again, lining up with when we know our revenues, that as of June 30th of each year, when we know what the earnings are up to that date, we will then take that amount and we will include it with the budgets that will then be reprogrammed starting October 1st, where it is designated as part of the budget building process during each year's building cycle. For the quarterly reports, as interest then is re-earned through the upcoming year, each quarterly report, we will put right after the table of contents a interest summary page, so that you will see by CRA each quarter what the current balances are of the interest for each quarter and as they accumulate throughout the year. With that, if there is any balances that are needed, at any time you can reprogram that interest to go towards a project. So if there was a project and you needed more money and we didn't have enough funding out of our annual budgets and fund balances, you will always have access to what that interest balance is, and it can be reprogrammed like any other of our line items at any time throughout the year. So that's our proposal to you on how to handle the interest based on the motion from our last CRA board meeting. And Dennis Rogero is here, and I am available for any questions or adjustments you want to make to the proposal.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized.
Thank you. So in speaking with you, what was it, yesterday, day before, as I understand it now, the way the rules are around whether it's Section 163 or something else, it's not possible for CRAs to set up a reserve fund per se, which is why you all kept it in the interest account.
Correct.
And I think for transparency reasons, it needs to go out of the interest account. Because I don't know if my colleagues understood that that was a reserve fund, but I didn't. Maybe it's my ignorance. But I appreciate the work that you and Mr. Rogero and others did to try to move it. I think that provides a lot more transparency for the public, because I think the public also wouldn't understand that that the interest line item was a reserve account. So thank you all for doing that. Do we need to make a motion on that, or?
We'll just adopt it as part of our budget process if you feel more comfortable with the motion, but that's the direction we're going to go in if it's acceptable to you.
Thank you very much for that.
And with that, that concludes our staff reports. And that we included interest topic, which was item number 3 on your agenda. So, Chair, we're ready for item number 4 whenever you are.
All right, we'll move to item number 4, staff report.
Before we move to item number 4, under staff reports, I sent a memo around, I think, to all of you regarding Herman Massey Park, and you've heard several folks speak this morning under public comment, and I wanted to briefly address the board about that. I will remind the board, on December 12th, 2019, this board passed a motion encouraging consideration of the redesign of Herman Massey Park to address concerns raised by Ms. Isaac and her representative, Mr. DeMaio. And you all, part of that motion was conditioned on her paying for the cost of that redesign. And as was explained this morning, their consultant has looked at what they believe is a reasonable cost of that redesign, and they believe that should be $42,860. Our consultant has estimated that it will be much higher than that. Last month, I came before the board and explained to you all that issue and the commitment that we had received from Mr. DeMaio and Ms. Isaac that they would pay the $42,860, provided that the CRA board basically covered the difference that there was, one, in the cost of redesigning the park. A motion was made by the board last month that you felt uncomfortable committing to that unless you really knew this project that Ms. Isaac is proposing is a real project. And I think that's one of the reasons why Mr. DeMaio and Ms. Isaac and her architect are here this morning to try to satisfy the board on that concern. And as you've also heard from the neighborhood, there's concerns that we're kind of caught in a holding pattern here where we can't move forward with the redesign of the park if that is the desire of the city council and the board to do so until we have figured out how to cover that cost. And so that's an issue that we would like to try to get resolved as soon as possible so that we know whether, number one, the park is going to be redesigned, and if so, how that will be paid for. That's step number one. And then after that park design occurs, then obviously the issue of potentially, I think there's some interest in leasing a portion of the park from Ms. Isaac as well, but that would have to be handled after the park redesign is taken care of. But we need to decide, if the park redesign is going to move forward and how that, and if so, how that will be paid for. And that's kind of where we're at. If not, we're still in a kind of indefinite holding pattern, which is frustrating, I think, to the number of residents in that part of downtown.
So, Mr. Massey, you're asking for a motion to be put on the floor to proceed with this project, or?
Yes, I mean, and obviously Paul Dial and Carla Price from the Parks Department are here if you have questions about our consultant's estimate. I should have put that on the record first. But yes, like I said, we're in a holding pattern now, and so unless unless this board is willing to proceed forward with paying for that balance, or unless Ms. Isaac is willing to pay for that balance, the difference between what her architect thinks is a fair price and our consultant thinks is going to be the price of the cost of the redesign. We're kind of at an impasse now, so.
I'll open it up for discussion. Anyone want to elaborate on the comments from Mr. Massey? No discussion. I entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
This is something that has been in and out of both City Council and our board here today for not months, but over a year. And I like to see some movement, and I'm trying to figure how to get the movement going. Being a holding pattern today, it could last forever. As I read the things and what I've got today, problem is I have to agree with both parties, but who knows what the facts. I'm not qualified to say one developer or one architect or one is the one that is right on the numbers. So although I got something of a notice from a bank, it really doesn't specify, and I'm not an attorney, I'll say that right now, but as I read this document that I got from the bank, it only says that upon certain receipt and satisfactory review of the project plans and specifications along with other customary construction documents required by the bank, we will then provide so-and-so with a financing proposal. Well, that's fine. That doesn't say they have an agreement signed even with the bank. Because, and I understand, if we stay in a holding pattern, this bank or no other bank is going to do anything to help this developer get the funds that they need to get this program started. So I read this and I tell myself, okay, what do I do with it now? It's like having a toothache and not having a dentist. Where do we go from here?
Well, part of the problem, if I could interrupt Councilman Miranda, is that I think they feel uncomfortable or are unable to finalize all their design plans and get their financing in place until they know that they have a lease potentially of a portion of the park, and the park has been redesigned to accommodate a lease of that area. And so, unfortunately, you know, I'm not sure they're at this point able to provide the documentation we would normally typically want to have to show that they've got everything lined up. Yeah, I mean, the architect did say this morning that he could have permit drawings done fairly quickly, you know, the park as designed shows that the dog park will be next to that building, which affects their ability to move forward with their project. And I don't want to speak for them, but that's really kind of what part of the issue has been. So they have not been able to finalize all their plans and come up with a financial plan at this time, because we have not been unable to move forward with the redesign of the park and then decide whether we're able to lease a portion of the park to them.
Yeah, and we understand that, and that's exactly where the problem lies. Do we stay like that forever, or do we just say let it?
Well, I think the options are kind of twofold. I mean, we could move forward with the park as currently designed, and if they come forward at a later time, you know, we could talk to them about the cost of moving the dog park and redoing things, although that's a kind of a wasted effort if that's what we do. Or secondly, we could try to redesign the park now where they're willing to pay a portion of it, not all of it, it appears, if that's the desire of the CRA board and city council to do that. And then you with the knowledge that they don't have a lease yet, and so that would have to be dealt with at a later time, actually.
All right, but then as a board member, and I guess what do we do then if we do that? If there was no one that wanted to build a hotel, we wouldn't have to design anything, right?
Correct.
So then whose burden is it? Is it ours or theirs?
Well, we put the burden on them, and they've come back and said they're willing to pay for a portion of it, but not all of what we think the cost would be. That's where
we're going to have to do something, because we have people on both sides that want some answers, and I'm not blaming you, Mr. Massey, at all.
Understood.
But we have individuals on both sides trying to weigh something to solve a problem, and the way I look at it, the problem's not being solved. So we're either going to say yay or we're going to say nay, one of the two.
Correct. I don't know if the board would like to hear from our Parks Department at all about the cost, or from any from the representatives at all. Or
Mr. Miller, you recognize.
I was just going to say that I certainly would. I'll accept your offer. Paul? From Mr. Dial.
Good morning. Just wanted to just give a little of a history with this. I just do want to note that we have been through a public process, as some individuals spoke about before, with the master plan that we went through at that time, which had several public meetings that took place with that and got community input originally. If at this point that we would be going through this process again, from historically, we would go through that public process again to hear from the public about the changes that are there as well. So a lot of the things with this really do have to be duplicated again to go through the process, simply because we have a lot of people that thought the park was going to be a certain design. If that changed, we would need to make sure that the public was aware and got their comments related to those differences. As far as the specifics of our estimate from our consultant, Carla Price worked on this project, has been working on it well over a year with that, and some of the specifics related to that I think she could speak to.
Good morning, Carla Price, Parks and Recreation Department. We're kind of in an unusual situation with a park design. When a consultant puts together a proposal, it's really kind of their best guess of what it's going to take to accomplish the work at hand. With this project, our consultant's already done the work. So to come up with their proposal for the redesign, they were able to go back and look at the actual hours and the actual time and tasks it took to complete the project. And now what we're asking them to do is to go back and rethink the design of the park again. Having 2 public meetings, they have to set up for those, they have to prepare for those. Coming up with concepts, those concepts have to be reviewed by us and met with us. So the tasks at hand to get again to another design hasn't changed a whole lot from what they did in the beginning. That's why their price is close to what their original price was. So there was some savings too. I don't know, one of the things that maybe hasn't been talked about to the CRA is that our current park design has seating in it, has seating that the restaurant people could use, their patrons. Moving the dog park and putting the seating there makes the seating only maybe 50 feet closer. It's a very small park. So some of those things maybe, I don't know if you're gaining a whole lot, moving the park, moving the dog park. Maybe those things need to be taken into consideration.
Well, let me ask this question. I mean, and I've always talked about construction costs and our consulting costs for the city because it seems like everyone just inflates the price. But I have to look at a citizen who's had a building there for a long, long time, who's owned the place. So why should they be cut out of not being a part when they've been there a long, long time? But I look at a cost that they've come back with from their consultant, and we've got our costs over here from our consultant, which we know are always inflated. I don't see how we don't come to a compromise or how we don't look at, well, what's different in the whole design plan? Why is the consulting costing this much more money? You've already got this design. You're just making a few changes to this design, possibly.
It's not that simple. It's not moving lines. Mrs. Isaac's team talks about, well, we're just going to move the dog park over to the north side. In my opinion, it doesn't work to move it to the north side. The north side of the park is the nicest area to go and sit. What we're proposing is a raised patio-type area with cafe lights, and now we're going to take that away, and we're going to make it a dog park, So we've got to go back to the neighborhood and talk this through. It's not as simple as moving a couple lines. You move the dog park, you're moving water lines, you're moving irrigation lines, you're moving lighting. So now we've got to bring in the civil engineer and the electrical engineer. All of our permits have to be updated, new calculations, because we've changed maybe impervious surfaces. We've changed maybe where our lighting goes and what the requirements are and type of lighting. So it's not that simple. Like I said, every permit has to be resubmitted.
And I get that. I understand that.
Okay.
My main, I have to look at it all.
Right.
And I have to also look at their interests as well.
Sure.
In the interest of the community.
Mhm.
But when I see a cost here and a cost over here, and I know how the cost goes in the city, it raises my eyebrows all the time. And I understand it may not be moving some lines. It may be some other things that have to be done. But I just look at the cost factor.
Sure.
And that's my biggest point with this. If they can come in with a legitimate consultant firm and who's credible and can have this number, but we've got this firm here that does work for the city and those numbers are up, that's my big concern. I'm going to be honest with you, the numbers.
I understand. They also have an architect reviewing numbers for a landscape architect. 2 different professions, 2 different disciplines. They may not be aware of exactly everything that goes into that.
Thank you, Ms. Price.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? So, Mr. Massey, you looking for a motion to be put on the floor to end this item?
I would, we're looking to see if the CRA is supportive of basically paying the difference in the cost between the $42,860 that Ms. Isaac is willing to pay and what our consultant believes that it will cost to redesign the park. And if failing that, then, you know, whether the CRA is still supportive of the redesign of the park, because we've got a potential gap there. So
Well, I'll pass the gavel to Mr. Carlson, and I'll make the motion.
Wait,
Mr. Carlson?
do you want to? Your vice chair's not here.
No, I'm here.
He's here?
He's here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We changed.
When you don't sleep enough.
Do you want to read out the motion?
I'll make the motion that the CEC board approve the funding to coincide with the funding of the petitioner to move the project forward.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion by Chair Goods and a second by Board Member Maniscalco. Do we go down the line or do we just say all in favor?
All in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
So two against and roll call? Okay, let's do roll call.
please.
Vieira,
Yes.
Dingfelder, Maniscalco,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Citro,
Nay.
Miranda,
Nay.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried. Motion carried with Miranda and Citro voting no and Dingfelder absent.
And let me say this, Chairman, I just want to qualify that I'm not voting against anything. I just don't have sufficient evidence to know who's correct.
Mr. Chair, if I may, there's too many ifs still involved in this, and that is my reason for voting no.
Appreciate the motion from the CRA board. We'll bring forward an agreement between Ms. Isaac and the CRA relative to the contribution from the CRA toward the redesign of the park.
Thank you,
the
Mr.
next
Massey.
meeting. Thank you.
Move on to item 4.
Hello, Rob Rosner again to report on this. Could we bring up the slide deck, please? So you requested an update on the AER tower, and I'm going to describe the project as it is. It's going through 4 phases through construction in order to accommodate keeping traffic open during that process. So this first phase has been substantially complete. If you can see here, there's the new road that's right in front of the straws and the concrete pavement that's at the intersection, which will receive pavers this week. So that's the end of the first phase. They're wrapping that up. Phase 2 actually starts today, which we'll move on for this. This is the extension that turns south and reconnects with Cass Street, and I've outlined it here in this red box. So the Riverwalk improvements will begin at the same phase, because as this portion of the roadway work happens, this is when we can get back to where the Riverwalk work can be done and still not have any disturbance to Cass Street. So since this area is going to be closed anyway for new construction, we thought that this is the best time to build the Riverwalk improvements. So this is expected to last approximately 2 months. And what's coming up next is phase 3, which is the intersection of Tyler and W.C. McKinnis Place. That'll have to be closed for about a month and a half for doing that, because the intersection is being raised about 17 inches, 18 inches. And if you looked at the first one, there was a slope for them to use it in the meantime. And immediately following that will be phase 4, which is the rest of the work for McInnes, that where the library used to be, the library annex. And that'll, phase 4 will immediately come right after phase 3. And then the intersection will be open again and the Straws will have access the entire time. So in this process, we've had the Straws staff on our weekly meetings that we have every Tuesday morning, and we've been keeping up with all the different items that come up. During the process of doing this, we did run into some other issues that will become overages for this, and per the agreement, we will have to come back to you with where we gather up all those overages and come back to you with an amendment. So next month, you'll see an amendment, and we're still wrapping up the technicalities of what those are. We had some electric lines that were not shown on plans that we had to make duct banks for. We had to move some sewer for adjusting for that. And then some of the costs for the Riverwalk wall was a little higher just due to the fact of it being right up against the seawall and access to getting that done. So we'll identify that in the next phase in July, but we're working on that right now, getting those costs pulled together. For the most part, it's going to be an excellent project. They're on schedule to break ground in late fall, early winter for the building. And this project for the roadway work should be done between October and November, ideally early October. But COVID has helped us with the scheduling because we didn't have to do as much maintenance of traffic, and people have been able to work more efficiently. Again, so we're hoping to stay on schedule of being ahead of schedule. So that's our hope. Is there any questions?
Mr. Miranda and Mr. Citro will make the motions. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I have none. Thank you.
Mr. Miranda? Okay, we'll move on to item number 5.
Thank you.
Michelle Van Loan, number 5 is the reprogramming of the $10,000 that we showed you for the demolition of that property at 1526 North Nebraska.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, what was that building, do you know, at one point? Just a regular storefront?
Bar.
It was a bar?
Yeah.
Bar.
All right. No, I'm just curious. I move to approve.
Have a motion for Mr. Maniscalco. Have a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. Discussion. Discussion. No discussion. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk?
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent.
Item number 6.
Item number 6 is for the Ybor CRA. We are appointing Thomas St. John from the Sheriff's Office as an ex officio position representative to the Ybor YCDC Board.
Motion approved.
Second, I'm sorry, so moved.
Motion by Mr. Maniscalco.
Second.
Second by Mr. Citro. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chair, could I just ask a quick?
Mr. Carlson, you're recognized.
What other CACs have openings right now still
Openings for?
for board seats? Remember Drew
Oh.
Park was having a hard time filling theirs, and I think the East Tampa one.
We're all full, and as a matter of fact, East Tampa, I believe, now has 17 applications to fill 6 seats for our upcoming cycle. So I think right now, after all the extra efforts we went through last fall, over the winter, and all the appointments that you've made, filling up through the year, now it's just as terms expire. I don't think we have any vacancies.
Great, thank you very much.
Item number 7.
Item number 7 is the facade grant for West Tampa.
Motion approved.
So moved.
Ms. Maniscalco, have a second.
Second.
Mr. Citro, second. Discussion. Discussion.
I'm gonna vote no just because I'm against facade grants.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk?
Motion carried with Carlson voting no and Dingfelder being absent.
Item number 8.
Item number 8 is the facade grant out in Drew Park. And just as an item of interest, in case someone asked, this used to be the Landers Steakhouse. It is now going to be a series of retail storefronts that they're beautifying and upgrading so that it looks a little bit more presentable from Dale Mabry.
Motion approved.
Before you move it, you have on your desk a substitute resolution and grant agreement, as does the clerk. This is a interesting ownership situation. The party who is actually redoing the building and is requesting the facade grant is a ground tenant who has a 70-year ground lease on the property. So the fee owner is agreeing to the agreement as well. They just want the terms of that agreement clarified so that it was clear that it was the ground tenant who applied for the facade grant and was complying with the terms of the grant agreement. So that's the reason for the substitutions.
Move the substitute resolution.
Second?
Got a motion, Mr. Citro, second by Ms. Maniscalco. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Mr. Chair, if I
You
may.
You recognized.
This is going to be long overdue. That building has been in disarray for at least 4 years now. It's come of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Clerk, vote.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no and Dingfelder being absent.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open up for information reports and new business. We'll have Ms. Miranda.
None, sir.
Mr. Citro.
Nothing today, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Carlson.
Yeah, it's just two, I don't know if these will be quick ones or not. You all know that for months I've been talking about the fact that downtown and Channelside really have no slum and blight, and especially compared to other areas in the other parts of the city, in particular South Tampa, is subsidizing the CRAs because the way the CRAs are structured, they don't pay their fair share of regular services. In talking to Ms. Van Loan, correct me if I'm wrong, the Channelside one, Channel District one, would not qualify as a CRA if they applied today. And I understand also that the mayor has even mentioned in a speech that she was looking at potentially shutting down the Channel District CRA. So unless you want to correct me, I'll make a motion. Okay, I would like to make a motion to have staff create a plan to begin drawing down the Channel District CRA fund for fiscal year 2021 and to complete the drawdown in fiscal year 2022. The Channel District CRA would then be retired. Money that would have come into that CRA district would then be part of the general fund, and council would ask that it be directed toward needed investments in Sulphur Springs, East Tampa, and the Uptown Innovation District to relieve slum, blight, poverty, and affordable housing shortage. Staff are asked to report at the July 23rd, 2020 CRA meeting.
I have a motion for Mr. Carlson. I have a second.
Second?
Second by Ms. Maniscalco. Discussion.
I guess
Mr. Riera, you recognize.
I wanted to thank Councilman Carlson for his bringing forth this issue. It's, I know, something he's very passionate about, so thank you, Councilman Carlson, for that. I'm going to support this. I think there's questions that we need to have answered in terms of the potential legal ramifications of it, other effects, and we can talk with attorneys and staff on it, but I certainly think that the sentiment is certainly one that I can certainly get behind. There's going to be a lot of unknowns in the future in terms of what happens, including in Channelside and downtown, so we have to have a discussion on this, but I'll certainly vote yes in moving this forward.
Anyone else for discussion?
We will definitely
Ms.
look
Messer.
into it. I want to clarify just for the record that, once the CRA is terminated and those funds are no longer funded into the CRA, then they come back into the general revenue stream, what our share would be. So you would have to go through the regular budgetary process at City Council at that point in time.
Yeah, so the way it's worded in here is that we would ask that, that, as you all know, the budget is a negotiation between the mayor's office and City Council, but it shows our intent anyway that we'd like to redirect it to areas that have slum and blight.
A motion on the floor, Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk?
One more.
Wait, you got to
Read call the vote.
Oh, sorry.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent.
Mr. Carlson?
Yeah, and then the second one is the downtown one, and it's more complicated because there are a lot of current obligations and anticipated obligations, and I did talk to at least one of the major stakeholders there, and I think that if the city goes through, city staff working on behalf of the CRA goes through a thorough analysis to try to anticipate what the future expenses might be, not just the ones that are obligated today, but the ones that we think might be obligated in the future, then we could put a cap on it. And so I'd like to make a motion that CRA staff analyze the possibility of placing a cap on the downtown CRA. This cap would be set to exceed current and anticipated obligations to provide a buffer. The excess money would be placed in the general fund and would be redirected into East Tampa, Sulphur Springs, and the Uptown Innovation District for the purpose of relieving slum, blight, poverty, and the affordable housing shortage. Staff are asked to report at the July 23rd, 2020 meeting.
Second.
A motion floor by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Maniscalco. Any further discussion?
Chairman, I'm going to support that, providing it's legally acceptable.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I will
You're
support it
recognized.
also. However, I am still hoping that this type of CRA could help with workforce affordable housing in the downtown district. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else for discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk?
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you all, that's it.
All right, we'll, being no other business, motion to receive and file?
You need to, does Board Member Maniscalco or Vieira have any new business or questions to add?
I'm sorry, thank you, Mr. Massey. Mr. Maniscalco?
No, nothing, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rivera?
I have nothing, Mr. Chair. Great first live meeting.
Again, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate all the cooperation, all the hard work from the staff and our aides, especially my aide, Sonia Henderson, who works hard, and I call her like crazy. So with that being said.
Move to receive and file.
Motion, Mr. Maniscalco, receive and file.
Second.
Second, Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carried with Dingfelder being absent.
Adjourn.
Motion.
Six.
Second, Mr. Citro. All in favor?
afternoon, everyone. On this.
Good morning, Patricia Ortiz. Good morning, Vivian Salaga. Good morning, Darlene Cobb. We have in our
of the hearing, you'll be allowed to speak for 3 minutes. There'll be a timer that will be placed at the beginning of your comment, and then we'll run for the total time that you speak. We are going to be somewhat spacing the speakers, so we allow 3 of you all at one time to be standing in the queue for the podiums. You'll be able to speak from both podiums, alternate, at which time the podium will just use the seat. All the facilities here are being used throughout the hearing, and we do appreciate your additional patience I did want to make you aware this morning as well, there was the original agenda that went out that had case number 18C 2022 property located at 5135 Talavera, fire station number 7.
I'll make a motion to move the elections to the latter portion. All those in favor? Aye.
I had been contacted by the editor of Creative Loafing via email and I forwarded that email on to staff for their response to the inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Did you at any point respond to that email?
I did not.
Or are there any other comments or?
Well, by copy of the email to the originator, he knew that I was forwarding it to Dennis.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And just again, there's been no other conflicts of interest from the commissioners?
No.
Additionally, can any of the commissioners announce for the record if there's been any ex parte communication regarding the item that's on the record? Just for the record, I see no comments or anything from the commissioners. Thank you.
We will swear in at this point in time all those who wish to make public comment. For those people who are not present in the room but may show up later, how will that swearing in be handled? I believe at this point we will be having our staff presentation on the matter before us this morning.
Did want to just briefly go through how the hearing will work this morning. We'll begin with a staff presentation, which the salient points of the property and the application will be discussed, as well as the relevant code sections. When the staff concludes this presentation, which would be facilitated through PowerPoint, the applicant's agent will be presented before the board. They will introduce their evidence and exhibits, and I believe they have expert testimony to provide. Following the conclusion of that presentation, we will receive public comment. As I said, public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per individual. Following the conclusion of public comment,
church, as most people are familiar with it from this view from Hillsborough Avenue. This is an aerial photograph from 2020 of the church property and its proximity to Hillsborough Avenue, Nebraska Avenue, and Gibbons Avenue. So Hillsborough is to the north, Taliaferro is directly to the west, Nebraska Avenue is to the east of the property, and Gibbons Avenue is to the south. some general views of the church today. Within the past couple of years, these are taken from the Google Street View service. And one or two of them is from 2018, so more or less pretty recent. So you can have a view of these the west and north elevations of the church. So in the upper left there, you see Hillsborough Avenue on the left side of the end of the that
Just for the benefit of the commissioners, I just wanted to walk through the staff report for just a moment. Obviously, a lot of the information that Elaine was talking about is in the staff report. The first 2 pages of the staff report deal mainly with the parcel details and the relevant processes that are basically in play during this morning's hearing. That would be any National Register criteria considerations, a reference to the various reports that will be referenced throughout the hearing. As you move on to the 3rd page, that is the National Register criteria condensed version of that for you. That will be utilized throughout the discussion this morning as well. Moving on to the 4th page, that is section 27-257 of the City of Tampa Code, which deals with criteria necessary to qualify as a landmark site, property designation, historic conservation, and then we have some attachments to the staff report as well. We have the excerpt from the cultural resource assessment survey that was done, which was one of the references in determining eligibility for this particular property when it went through demolition review. The excerpt that we included deals with the church site, specifically the sanctuary of education. So there's some additional pages that lead to a letter from the Florida Department of Transportation and the Highway Authority. Basically, the letter is concurring with the conclusions of the report. The exact detail of that discussion is attached to that as well. And then the last page should be in the email received from owner's agent, Chris Mandel. That was directed to from Timothy Parsons. They wanted to bring your attention that Timothy Parsons is the State Historic Preservation Officer for the state of Florida. National Register eligibility is principally determined by the State Historic Preservation Office in conjunction with the National Register Review Board. So obviously, their participation noted in the email and their observations are relevant to today's discussion. Go back to the PowerPoint, please. Okay, just a short recap is that what triggers this process this morning, what triggered this, was a request by the property owner to determine if the buildings on the site could be demolished. That does come to the Historic Preservation Division and review that against criteria within the code, specifically under section 27-260, which is titled Emergency Actions to Protect Building Site Structures and Objects, and the criteria for designation and in the staff report 9-92, where the property is outlined in a red line, and you see the pink and red lines that kind of form the boundary along the interstate. That's referred to as the area of potential effect, and they are looking at any potential cultural resources within that area and making a determination of adverse impact by whatever the respective FDOT project may be that's being considered. Here's an aerial superimposed with a circle of the subject property that kind of shows you the immediate study area along north and south of Hillsborough Avenue and their area of focus. Janus Research included in its evaluation of the property that the Seventh Baptist Church is considered in the National Register. It did call to mind that typically religious properties are considered ineligible for listing in the National Register, as historic significance cannot be established on their merit of religious non-belief. And I will go through that. However, according to National Register, the criteria A is a property that derives primary significance from architectural, artistic distinction, or historical importance may be eligible for listing in the National Register. Says that this Seminole Heights Landmark Church is a good example of neoclassical revival architecture. The original circa 1949 gable sanctuary features little alteration, and then it goes on to talk about the flat roof and the additions. So you'll see often in their report that they refer just to pre-1965. That's because the report was being developed in 2015, and anything before 1965 would be considered potentially eligible for listing on the National Register. I think Elaine did a great job of kind of defining that period a little bit more accurately. Meet the criteria for the National Register of Historic Places under particularly criterion C. That was the area that the Janus Research did to identify significance. Criterion C, and I'm just going to be almost on this. I'm reading from the National Register Bulletins, bulletin number 15, which directs individuals on how to apply National Register criteria for evaluation. I'm going to read the criteria. The criteria for evaluation: quality of significance first task this morning is going to determine if the property meets the criteria for designation that I just outlined for you. If you determine that the property does not meet the criteria, then we will instruct staff to issue a demolition permit when presented. Determine if the property does meet the criteria, request City Council to take emergency action in front of that demolition. In that motion, we will have information supporting the statement that the relevant harm was done to the property. And then we will submit to City Council all information available regarding the property's eligibility for local designation as well. The last couple slides deal with the criteria for local designation under 257. This property was initially constructed more than 50 years ago. So if it does have the determination of eligibility for National Register, that criteria is very similar to what the local criteria reflects. You can see instead of C, marked Roman 3, and that language is the same as what's reflected at the National Register. This second part of the responsibility this morning will really take place Lastly, I did want to also mention in more detail. Originally, when the Cultural Resources Assessment Survey was completed, there was a conflict in the language within the survey, within the text, which is within your staff report. It is determining that the property was eligible for the National Register under the criteria that I reviewed. However, in their site form, they didn't check that it was ineligible. So the applicant's agent did request from Dr. Parsons, the SHPO, some clarity on that, and you have that email on the last page. You can review that. I will call to attention the bullets, and for the benefit of the audience, I'll go ahead and summarize those. It says, after reviewing the available information, my opinion can be summarized as follows. The church is potentially eligible for the National Register. Although modifications have been made over time, the architecture does not show exactly how it was when the church was constructed. The eligible does not have to be the current facade appears to date remodeling of the church, which took place over 50 years ago. It is an excellent example of classical revival architecture as applied to the church. So with that concludes my staff summary, and I believe now we're going to hear from the applicants. Thank you.
I would like to add at this point in time that if any of the commissioners would like to take a short recess at any point during the proceedings, please just speak up and say something. Good morning and welcome.
Very good. My name, for the record, is Julia Mandel. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Gray Robinson, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, Florida. I am here representing the Seminole Heights Baptist Church, and I want to make that very clear for the record because there's been some questions about why we are here and what is the purpose behind this hearing. I also have here with me Pastor Brant Adams, who is the pastor of the Seminole Heights Baptist Church, as well as Edward Browder, who is with the consulting firm of S&ME. He is a historic preservation consultant as well. He has provided some evidence in that. I think Dennis did an excellent job really describing this entire process, because it is somewhat confusing in terms of the way the code is drafted and in terms of what your role is. But I think I should give you a little background as to what happened to get us here, because I think it is a little bit of an unusual situation. This property was analyzed, both the churches and also where the fire station was analyzed as part of a cultural resource assessment in reviewing whether or not they were going to expand 275. So this was not an analysis done for determination or preservation. It was really done for the purposes of making a determination of what resources are out there, should there be an expansion of 275 that could affect those resources. And to make the long story short of that, if they find potential resources out there, should they have gone through expansion 275, they would have been a secondary process. They would have gone through the supplemental process for those people. So this determination and what was presented in that report was not done for the purposes of full determination for listing in the National Register. It was simply done to identify properties that if they had to go through the process. So that being said, it is something that does exist, and it is something that needs to be dealt with. Now, for the record, my client was never aware, some of the was never aware that this process was taking place. They had no opportunity to be involved in that process. This is not a process to be in that process. This is not a process that they speak with the church or another property owner to find out information, because they are not seeking at that point in time to move forward with this. They're not seeking at that point in time for determination of criteria. So yes, there's that report that exists out there, and as was noted in 2015, there was some confusion as to whether or not the church property was eligible for listing, and that is why I did contact the state. But I think that's important for you to know, and also for members of the public to know, that this came up as part of a due diligence process where there was a contract purchaser, a potential contract purchaser, who went forward to the city as part of their due diligence to determine what could be done on this property. And it was at that moment in time that this was determined as you would suspect it would, because at that point in time, you've got a property that's over 50 years old, and although there was not a demolition permit, and for the record, there doesn't exist a demolition permit outstanding, this was done as part of that due diligence. So at that point in time, I was retained to come into the process and make give legal advice and make some determinations, because there was some conflicts in the reports, and because procedurally, they were in a position where the church really had to figure out what property rights they had. I mean, they have owned this property for a very long time. Government process and evaluate those criteria and actually make a finding, which is a little different than some of the other ways things come to you. And I don't, I was with the city for a very long time. I was the attorney for the HBC for a very long time. And I can't recall ever being in this situation specifically where you had a property that came forward to you, not because it was already part of a listing or was in a district, or individually it had some evaluation needed for that purpose, but was in fact something identified through a secondary process where really no finding has been made. it's really important to remember that there is no facade designation. There is no designation of a piece of a building. It's either all or it isn't designated. And I understand that a lot of folks will want to talk about the idea of different uses for the existing structure and different ways that it can be purposed. That's not your role, and that can't be your role. Your role is very simple. It either meets the criteria, and therefore you should move this forward for the purposes of local designation to the city council, or it doesn't. And it's the building as a whole, the elements as a whole, the street as a whole, and also looking at this in historical context. Through my presentation that you see in the document presentation, something that is missing is, there's a couple things that were missing as part of the original analysis that Janice did. One, they were not aware that the elements that I think are the elements that really everybody's looking at for this, for the neoclassical revival design, those were additions. They were not part of the original building. They had grand plan. I have been told, and Pastor Adams could probably reiterate that there was a fire that did have an effect on the original steeple. So the steeple that everybody has a visceral feeling about today is not original to the building. So really, the ultimate is not whether or not, as indicated in the Janice report, this is a good example of neoclassical. There's lots of good examples. Some of them are church buildings, some of them are bank buildings on, and you can debate what is a good example of neoclassical. But that is not what your role is to take. Your role is to make the determination is whether or not this has distinctive characteristics of the type of creative methods of construction, and also that there's two parts, distinction, and that it derives. This building derives its primary significance. And there's a reason why in the Code of Federal Register as well as the building, there's an additional church buildings are more public type buildings. They have more history. If this was a bank building, the fact that the architecture exists is not even but the bottom line is if you're to look at this as in a more heightened way, and I go through that in my packet, but I think the thing we really need to look at it is not just the context of this location or the context of the building as it stands today, but it needs to be looked at because of the historical context. It's not, and additionally, it's not in a district. It is not part. It could have been. Probably a lot of people do that. But you're obligated to also and then added on to in 1958. And there were other additions on the property. And this property has morphed over time. Buildings have been built, buildings have been removed. When you look at it at that particular location for that church, the fact that it's been a church that many years isn't really as important as the construction of the church and what it looks like. And I do believe it's very important to look at that historical context. And you're obligated, as I described, to look at it as it relates to other structures. And I have provided in your packet other structures, other churches that were built within this time frame, from the time frame of 1949 to 1969, all of which, under the way Janice has identified how this property is eligible for designation as a good example of neoclassical. And I'll direct your attention. I don't know if you help me. So I can put these up, because I think it's important for people to see it if they I'm going to take a little time and go through these because I think that's really important for not just for you to understand, but for folks in the audience to understand. In a vacuum in this location to the folks who live in Seminole Heights, yes, this is a structure they look towards. But in your review, as you look at the historical context, I was able to identify 5 churches that were built, and this was a very quick Google search. 5 churches that were built in boundaries of the city of Tampa, 2 within either the Tampa Heights or the Seminole Heights area, through the time frame of 1949 to 1969, all of which one would suggest are good examples of neoclassical architecture. But the first church is the Manhattan Baptist Church, located on Manhattan, down in the South Tampa one would say that this is not just a good example. In fact, I would argue that it's an excellent example, and it is something that really stands out among those types of churches that were built. I'm going to go into C. The Central Baptist, Tampa Baptist Church, built in 1960, which actually is walking distance from my house. And frankly, until I went through this process, I probably drove by it 500 times and never even really paid attention. But it also has the same features, built in a similar time frame with its steeple. It does also doesn't have the same type of additions which take it out of juxtaposition. What I have read Now, I do think it's important to point out that this church what we're saying really is within the city of Tampa, if you have a church of a certain age that is an example of neoclassical architecture, we really should be saying, not only we'll just wait to see who wants to tear them down, you probably, if you make the decision to go forward with a program of designating your structures. And whether or not that's something as a policy decision you want to do is really in your availability to the city council. But right now, we're not talking about something that's been there for 100 years or has a distinction, has something more than any other property at this point in time in this area. It means something to the community, and I do not take away from it. And I understand. And I understand that a lot of folks would like to see this still continue to exist in the location like this. A lot of folks would like to see this property redeveloped. But at the end of the day, the church has been stewards of this property for a very long time. I have put evidence in the record, although at this point in time, I'm not asking you to make a determination that it's a hardship, because it really needs to be determined for whether or not it's a unlike some of the other situations where we know what the criteria is for hardship, there has to be a what that is. It's about a $8 million cost to this. It's about a $3 million just for this. I don't know what that would look like. Reconstruction and get a fire station you recognize that in fact that does make it. And I think that that was an important recognition because there is a distinction with a difference on those two items. So what I'm suggesting to you is you have to look at it in the context of the criteria, but also from the folks in the audience who do want to see this saved, have an understanding that you're not going to be able to really use this property for something else. And although that's not your role to look at, I wanted to say that for the purposes of the audience. I'm going to turn it over to Pastor Adams right now so that he can give a little history of the church.
Please use the other podium.
Good morning. My name is Brant Adams. I'll get to it in a second, but as Ms. Julia just said, just know.
Please, I'm sorry, excuse me, but you please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Brant Adams, 308 East Emma Street, Tampa, 33603. I'm pastor of Seminole Heights Baptist Church, and as Julia just said, that it would be extremely expensive even if you wanted to adapt it. Just rest assured and let everybody know this building will either be a church or it won't. It is not the pleasure of the congregation that this thing be anything but a church. So that's what it'll be. There's no, we are the property owners. There is no desire, there is no thing for anything in that red brick building to be anything except a congregation of believers gathering together. It will not be apartments, it will not be anything else. That is, my church here, that is what they've said. So I'll get into that. And I'm going to read now because I'm a little excited, I'm a little energetic, and when I feel like we're being pushed around, I get a little defensive of my church. My church, the people. And so let me read it and I'll get out of your way because I don't want to take all your time. So, as I said, I'm pastor of Seminole Heights Baptist Church. I've been pastor of Seminole Heights Baptist Church for 5.5 years. My family has had the great pleasure of walking alongside of this church for 7.5 years in different capacities. I've baptized children in this building. I have a child that knows only this building as the place where her church family gathers. That is the significance of this building. That happens to be a space where God's people, God's church, gathers together. Those who call upon the name of the Lord Jesus as Savior worship their God. That is the significance of this building. not a gateway to a neighborhood. It is not a way for you to know where eternal Starbucks. This is where we gather to worship. Seminole Heights Baptist Church has been on a plot of land since 1921. It's moved around where the sanctuary is back and forth a couple of times. You saw a picture of the wood structure that used to be a grocery store. And they gathered together there for 27 years. The Seminole Heights Baptist Church is there because in the late teens, early 20s, a group of Baptists of our denomination decided they wanted to have a place where a few Baptists could gather and worship God as they so chose. And so in 1921, the church was initiated as they did back 100 years ago. In 1949, this sanctuary was opened. It's important to know that one of our family members that are here with us is a child of the first couple that was married in that building. So people want to talk about what this building means to them. I have people here that are members of this church that are voting to move forward, or family of members of this church that are voted to move forward, that have roots. It's not just a place where they can look and know where to turn and know where to read. They have roots there. The church has decided on 2 occasions. I'm getting ahead of myself. I told you I'm getting excited. The church on 2 occasions has voted to proceed with their rights as a property owner. And so in 1949, the sanctuary was opened. In 1958, there was damage due to a lightning strike. There was a fire. There was 2 or 3 fires that happened in the life of the church. One in the wood structure, and there was a couple in the building that we have now that decimated the building inside. And so you saw the Canvas Cathedral. They met in the Canvas Cathedral because they were remodeling, repairing the complete inside of the sanctuary, the worship center. And so that is when they decided to add the porch. That is when they decided to go further. You know, the American way, if lightning strikes our steeple, we're going to go taller, whatever. That's what they did. I wish they hadn't, but they did. Because that steeple has cost the church hundreds of thousands of dollars to do. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I don't exaggerate. And so in 1949, the original church was remodeled. In 1997, they decided the sanctuary, where the elevator goes and some things, the bathrooms, was completely remodeled. The congregation, the people of Seminole Heights Baptist Church have always owned these buildings. There's a lady sitting here that her parents built the buildings, paid for the buildings. There's people outside, there's people sitting over here that paid. People want to say that they want to see the building. These are the people. There's many of them in here, outside and down by the door, that are standing here wanting you to respect your rights and your property. And that's what this is about. As I went through the time with my church and talking to people over the 5 years of what do we do with this building that's so expensive, one of our ladies in our church that just passed away, Miss Judy Dennison, who is recognizable in Hillsborough County, in Hillsborough High School, and she was just a part of our church and a part of the fabric of that neighborhood. I asked her, I said, why did y'all tear down these old buildings? There were several buildings at the property. Why were they torn down? You can look in our church history, and maybe when he presented to you is down with the old, up with the new. She said because 75-year-old buildings are very expensive. They tore down. And so I asked why. In the last 8 years, I've spent more hours in this building than anyone on the face of this earth. I have pastored a church that has tried for 5 years and spent almost $1 million on upkeep and repair. We are now in a building that costs $8.9 million at least to repair, with a building that is valued at $3.6 by the property appraiser in the county, and also we had an independent appraiser. I believe you have that too. We've gone our due diligence as a church, as a congregation. And as a pastor of a congregation, it's very confusing to me how people who do not contribute to a building can cause such a fuss about a building that they have no interest in financially. It is also confusing to me how a government entity can move on a church property's rights without even so much as a notice, without even letting us know that we're going to be changing their property rights. We started this process, we were shocked. It was glossed over, but I have the word possibly, but potentially eligible. Possibly, potentially eligible. We're here because something is potentially eligible. Possibly eligible. No one ever asked us if they could come on our property. No one ever asked us if they could change our designation. They just ran right over us. don't like being covered. Maybe that's why I'm a little fired up. I don't like when my church is run. I don't like when their work is disrespected as landowners. We shouldn't be shocked to find out about a designation when we're in the process of trying to find out what we want to do with our building that we pay for. We should not be shocked when we come to a meeting. So it's very confusing. The church people, the church, the people, the people. That steeple is not the church. That steeple has never given one family food from our community. That steeple has never pulled one tooth from our free mobile home. That church has never helped one family get on their feet. That steeple, that's the people. It's the people. So when I from here on out as I read, when I say church, I mean people. I don't mean a steeple. I don't mean brick buildings. I don't mean stained glass windows. I don't mean pillars. I don't mean ratty old parking lots. I mean people. The church, the people that remember as kids, some as young adults, as the building going up, people who personally saved and their parents saved to lay brick, the people whose fathers actually laid the brick and poured concrete, the people who have paid handsomely through the years for the building. And still, all the money was not enough. These are the people that voted on 2 separate occasions to go forward their rights as a property owner of that red brick building. The church is vehemently opposed to that building being anything but a place where God's people gather. As people with responsibility, you all know, I know as a pastor, responsibility, as a father of 5, sometimes I have people telling me what they think I should do. I have people telling me what they think is right and wrong. But at the end of the day, you and I are both accountable to what's right. And I'm accountable to these people. So I'm going to ask, wherever you are in the building, if you're here in support of Seminole Heights Baptist Church and our rights as a property owner, if you will please stand. Wherever you are in the building, please stand. Can I let you know something? I've not had this many people in a gathering since Corona. There are people here today that have not been outside their homes, their boundaries, since Corona started. But because of this, there's people at risk that are here because it's important, because they want to see their rights honored. You can sit down. Thank you all. And so I'm almost done. And I know if you've ever been to churches, you're almost done, and the pastor's going to go another 30 minutes. Not this one. So this church, the people, want to move forward. We want to invest in the lives of more children. We want to reach out to more kids without fathers. I grew up without a father, so it's one of our niches. We've got a big debate on what's going on in society. One way to fix society is to get fathers and men involved in the lives of children. We want to get more involved in that. We were pursuing starting a school. That's how all of this started. We were pursuing to start a school, and as the school we were looking to help kids that don't have fathers and have opportunities to give them a chance to have a safe space to go to church or go to school. We discovered this building was so expensive. The school couldn't afford to retrofit it. We couldn't afford to retrofit it. And so as we pursued the building upgrade costs, they're going to be too great. So again, barriers are set forth by an antiquated building. I have heard our church does not care about the community. If that's so, why have we fed so many families in our food pantry for the last 20 years? If that's so, why would we have a free mobile dental clinic? Why would we have volunteers in a local school? Why would we support teachers in struggling schools so that they can have what they need for teaching and helping their kids? Why would we have a desire to have a school with boys and girls to help them so that they can understand what it is to be instructed and saved, all the while continuing those struggles? All we ask is to honor our rights as the only owner, that red brick building that everybody sees. How old are you? How old were you when you started at Seminole Heights Baptist Church? 17. There's more of these Beckets. More of them. And they're here. Seminole Heights Baptist Church is special because of the people, not the building. That's why I love it. Thank you.
Edward Brower from the consultant firm of SME to come to the podium and just give a very
recently did a survey update for the city of Melbourne. We looked at over 318 structures, and we have to very systematically look at those against the criteria and determine, is this a good example? Would it be a good local designation, or does it hold that special place that preserves the local? And we have to systematically go through that.
Commissioner Ortiz. I would just like to ask
High Life Fronton, the Seawolf Restaurant, the many cigar factories. We have allowed the destruction of the historic fabric of our city. So why this church? Why this building? Why this steeple? This steeple is architecturally significant, and it's a symbol seen for miles. All over Europe, what's at the center of any village? It's a steeple. A steeple is a worldwide symbol of the community at the center of its culture. It welcomes visitors, and it welcomes a weary traveler home. I can leave the Tampa airport and head down Hillsborough Avenue, and on a clear day, what's in the distance to greet you? The steeple. It can be seen from miles away. It welcomes visitors into the city. It welcomes us home. This structure is architecturally significant to Seminole Heights and to Tampa. This structure matters. With some help of the Tampa Bay History Center, we've been able to confirm a few historic events that have occurred on this property of this church to support our arguments that this structure is significant to the history of the city. Seminole Heights Baptist Church organized in 1921. In 1929, Charles Parrish, an African-American pastor born into slavery in Kentucky, preached in the Seminole Heights Baptist Church in the evening service on December 9, 1929. He later became a well-known pastor, earned several educational degrees, and became active in political and civil rights movements. In 1927, he ended up Baptist became a pastor and served for 24 years in 1991, overseeing the construction of the current stadium structure. He went on to be elected president of the new organization formed in Tampa, the Baptist Ministers Conference in 1930. In John Sinclair's book, The History of Tampa Churches, the first page is a photo of Seminole Heights Baptist Church. His words read, "For travelers coming into Tampa along the interstate, while its colorful white steeple of Seminole Heights Baptist Church welcomes them like a lighthouse guiding ships in the night." The history of this church begins in 1971 when an organization named the Tampa Council representing all Baptist churches in Tampa established a new church named the Elevation Community in Seminole Heights. This church is a landmark on the city of Tampa. This church is architecturally significant. It is significant to the history of Seminole Heights and Tampa, and it deserves landmark status. Regardless of the outcome today, the Neighborhood Association wants to work collaboratively with this church going forward and welcome.
Good morning, my name is Tim Keeports. I'm the president of the Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association and also the vice president of the Heights Urban Court Chamber. My comments are a follow-on to letters submitted to the HPC yesterday. As the president of the Old Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association and acting president of the Heights Urban Court Chamber, I am present to oppose the request made to demolish the structures minus Fire Station Number 7 that occupy the Seminole Heights Baptist Church property located in the area of East Hillsborough Avenue. The Baptist church structure, and especially the iconic church spire, are symbolic of our greater Seminole Heights neighborhood and should be listed as a local historic landmark. These two organizations' boards voted last week to support the Southeast Seminole Heights Neighborhood Association with the goal of maintaining the structure rather than additionally, we recommend inclusion of the church and eventually Fire Station Number 7 on the National Registry of Historic Places. The church structure is architecturally significant and serves as a beacon to our residents and as a gateway, and I apologize to the pastor, to the businesses within Seminole Heights and East Tampa. Significant to the history of our area, we hope to work collaboratively with the Baptist Church and any new development to serve both today's and future generations while remaining dutifully mindful of the past. This church has distinctive character and architectural value and remains critical to the history and cultural sensitivities of this great city. Thus, it should qualify for preservation and serve as a focal point for future use, or for the spire and church building to be architecturally incorporated into any future redevelopment effort.
is named after one of my aunt's fathers. I love old buildings. I have a pew in my home from the 1949 church after it was renovated. So it's not that I don't like old things, but the church, like our pastor said, is the people. And they cannot keep up the building. I wish they could. When I was a child growing up, living on Branch and Giddens, before they built the interstate, I could walk to church. That was my sisters and my life, was school and church. Now we couldn't do that anymore because they built the interstate. But I'm just imploring you to please listen to what the people of the church, who are the owners of the property, say and what they want. Thank you.
Recorded, and it's available to see. It's available to go back and look at and reminisce over if that's what you like to do. What I'd like to point out is that our church has a food bank. We've had years in the past where we provided 300,000 pounds of food
Aesthetically, it's beautiful. But as I've said recently and continue to believe, for many people, it is a very passively consumptive interest in the building. It's a footnote for them. It's a landmark for them. But as much as they might care about the outside of the building, there's probably a great many of them that aren't care about the
Good afternoon. My name is Janine Stokes, and I am a member of Seminole Heights Baptist Church. I represent 4 families that built Seminole Heights Baptist Church: Bernard, Max Swain, Morris, and Stokes. Half-wittedly, I remark that if all the grandfathers that built that steeple had actually been on that steeple, they would have each hammered one nail. My family built Seminole Heights Baptist Church. The pearls that I wear today are my grandmother's. She held me in her arms, and I sat next to her in that church. The pearls were my distraction, not to disrupt the congregation. I'm very talkative. I wore them today to explain to you that my grandmother was born in 1914 in Houston. She came here for freedom. One of them being religious freedom, one of them being property owners, as her property was taken by the government. These pearls mean the world to me. I wear these pearls to my son's weddings. I wear these pearls when I'm at an event. That is my heart. Today is my heart. I am the legacy of my grandmother. We own the property of Seminole Heights Baptist Church. She fought to start, I think it is imperative that I recognize the importance of the church and the state and the role that private citizens, government entities, and religious establishments are to play in our great American society. Per the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, Congress shall not make laws respecting to the establishment of religion or prohibit the free exercise thereof. In order for the separation of church and state to exist as the Constitution framers intended, it has to work both ways. I strongly feel that it is not the place of the government of the state of Florida, below or beyond, to impose its will upon a congregation of generational family church. I am 81 years old and was raised in Seminole Heights community at 208 West Hannah Avenue. I raised my children in the Seminole Heights community as well, with a great focus of our time as a family being spent at Seminole Heights Baptist Church for years and years. A common misconception of Seminole Heights Baptist Church is that the church building is the original historic site. He goes on to ask you to respect the rights of the Presbyterians and the generation of families
Excuse me, can you adjust her volume? I honestly can't hear her. Should they repeat? Can you start her time again, please? Thank you, I'm sorry.
My name is Natalia Mohammed. I'm a local resident in Southeast Seminole Heights. And I'm here to express my opinion regarding the notice that I received as a good neighbor. I want to express my opinion and oppose the decision to demolish Seminole Heights Baptist Church. I feel that our duty
a good relationship with those who are still there. Having done ministry in that building, I know what goes on inside. But the real point is that, as you know, with your background as architects and planners, every building is built for a purpose. The purpose of a place of worship is to serve as a focal point for the community, as a rallying point for those who share those beliefs, so that they can conduct their activities in an organized fashion. That's why church buildings are held somewhat differently in the historical register and the criteria that they have to meet. The idea of a church building to be an historical location has to be weighed against what happens with the other activities that would take place there. And yes, the community does benefit from having a place that is a focal point. I remember my sister and I, we would play games trying to see who could be the first one to see the steeple as we came down the road. But at the same time, does the community benefit more from having a focal point that is just a building, or a focal point that is a group of people? The rights of the property owners to conduct their organization and their activities, I believe, outweighs the cost of maintaining the building and the benefit of a building that, as we've heard, is not a very good example of architectural significance. I thank you for your time. I yield the rest of my time.
Excuse me, I think we may need to administer the oath one last time.
I haven't.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide in this court is the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes. And my name is Pastor Roger Bunner. I reside at 1810 West Sitka in the area 33604 zip code. I've lived there my entire life, so I'm coming speaking not as a pastor or a member of the Church of Seminole Heights. I am just a friend of their pastor Brant, but I've lived in this area my entire life, and I have seen the church and been to it through different functions over the years. So while I do love and think the steeple is beautiful and the church is very nice looking from the outside, as a pastor, I also know that the building is not the church, it's the people. And we can't worship the building. My personal church that I pastor was just vandalized 4 weeks ago and received over $50,000 worth of damages that we're trying to recover from. My church will survive because it's the people, not the damage done to our building. And so I am here to support the members of Seminole Heights Baptist Church and their rights as property owners to do what they want, and as believers to continue to do ministry as they feel. Because if they pour all this money into maintaining a building, they can't do the ministry that they need to do. Just like I'm having to face not doing ministry to repair broken buildings. So I just want to encourage you all to realize, as a longtime Tampa native, born here, and someone who's lived in the area who does respect the beauty of the building, the church needs to be able to do what it needs to do as its rights as property owners and as a ministry to continue ministry. So I'm not a member of their church, but I just feel that even the neighbors can recognize that this church needs to do what they need to do. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Thomas, and I reside at 805 East Giddens Avenue. I have lived in this neighborhood for over 10 years. I could have moved anywhere in the Tampa area, and I chose this area due to the situation of how they repurpose and reuse old buildings. It is historical. I hear a lot of people from the congregation speak about how they are in economic hardship, and my heart feels for them, but this is not what we're here for. We are here to determine whether this is a historic building and if it can be reused and repurposed. Historic means old and worth the trouble.
We are a neighborhood, and this building is a reminder of our complexity and our culture in this neighborhood. Its dramatic effect is how most of us know that we are almost home. Preserving our historic sites is a one-way street. There is no chance to renovate or save a historic site once it is demolished. We need to bring to light the importance of saving these buildings with historic significance like this one. Once it is destroyed, it is gone forever. Thank you and have a great day.
The other podium, please.
Good morning. My name is Regina Wilson, and I reside at 800 East Frierson Avenue at the corner of Talaferro and Frierson. And I'm here because I oppose the selling and the demolish of this historical landmark. I bought my home 16 years ago, and I love my neighborhood, and I am concerned at this point of what new development might come in to change some of the Heights area. And I'm asking that the city council keep this property as historical and deem it as historical and not be really concerned of the value of the architect. And pretty much that's it. Thank you.
I don't think that got cleaned.
That one hasn't been, this one hasn't been, neither one of them have been sanitized. If I might add at this point, if there are any persons in the outer foyer who wish to speak, they can please enter the room and we will know that there are others waiting. Can they hear us out in the foyer? Oh, okay.
Hi, my name is Amy Walsh. I live at 807 East Giddens Avenue, directly adjacent from the church. My husband bought the house 15 years ago, and I have lived there for half that time. And I do not attend the church because I have different religious beliefs. I have been inside because that is our voting precinct. I also participate in the community garage sales that they've had at the church. I'm not here to discredit their good that they have brought to the community. I respect whatever decisions, that they want to do with the building, but as a resident of the neighborhood, I would hope that they would, take in the effects that it will change our neighborhood, especially if it does become a medical facility with ambulances, and that would be very disruptive, and our property would probably be, undesirable after that. Listening to sirens all throughout the night would not be ideal. So I just hope that they do keep in mind the community that they would be leaving behind. All right, thank you.
Use this.
And stay safe.
Hillsborough County wants to know how you feel about reopening by taking the online survey. The county is interested in hearing from residents, business owners, employees, and workers. You can find this survey in both English and Spanish at hcflgov.net/reopenhc. You can also take this survey by texting ReopenHC or ReopenHC Espanol to 73224. So take the survey and don't forget to tell your friends and family about it.
This is a battle we've never faced in my lifetime. I want to tell you about 416 of the most amazing people. Every day I get to see their skill, professionalism, and dedication. Their commitment to protect and improve the health of everyone in Hillsborough County. The last 2 months, they've been on the front line of a battle with a very dangerous enemy, COVID-19. And they've risen to the challenge in the most amazing, heroic way. Everyone has contributed, sacrificing their personal life, which they put on hold. They're making a difference for everyone they help. And every day I get stopped and told just how amazing they are. I'm proud and blessed to work with them, my second family.
Hello, I'm WWE superstar Titus O'Neil, and today I'm coming to you as a neighbor. You owe it to yourself and those you love to get tested now. Get the care you need and protect your family. Hillsborough County is offering free coronavirus testing and no health insurance is needed. It costs you nothing to get tested. Call 813-272-5900 and have a reservation made today. Visit hcflgov.net/stay safe for more information. Share this with a neighbor, and let's come together as a community and keep fighting to get through this. Together, we will come back stronger. God bless.
Hillsborough County has teamed up with the Department of Health and other public health and safety agencies to address any impacts the virus may have on our local community. To help prevent the spread of the coronavirus, here are a few tips you should know. Practice proper hand washing by using soap and water and wash for at least 20 seconds. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer if you cannot wash. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cough and sneeze into a tissue and throw it away. Clean, high-touch surfaces frequently. Some examples include doorknobs, credit and debit cards, cell phones, keyboard and mouse devices, and toilet handles. Stay home if you're feeling ill. If you have any flu-like symptoms, avoid contact with the public. Avoid sharing personal items in spaces with those close to you. Seek medical care early if you're feeling sick. Symptoms of the coronavirus can include fever, coughing, and shortness of breath. Seek medical care if you develop these symptoms or if you've been traveling or have been in close contact with a person who has traveled from an area with an ongoing spread of COVID-19. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/stay safe for up-to-date information and tips.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the Emergency Policy Group meeting to order. Hope everyone had a good weekend and doing well. Well, the weekend, the day is Thursday. What am I talking about? Days are running together here. Sorry about that. The clerk, please call the roll.
Good afternoon. Miller?
Here.
Overman?
Here.
Merman?
Here.
Lott? Mayor Lott?
Castick? Mayor Castick?
Here, I'm here.
Ross?
Here.
Rostick?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Snively?
Here.
Mr. Merrill?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. You have a forum.
Thank you very much. We're going to move into public comment. We've allotted 20 minutes total for public comment, each speaker having 2 minutes apiece. We have 3 people that have signed up. The first person is Galen Ridzik.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Good afternoon. I'm calling because I saw a local op-ed that said that the board would not pass a measure that would protect against individuals from being fired or kicked out of businesses for wearing a face mask. My understanding is that the board did not pass this measure because they feared that they were overstepping their bounds and that this would violate property rights. But from what I've seen from the community, in the past 3 days, I've garnered a signature or a petition with over 150 signatures that said that this is not acceptable and that the rights to individual protections outweigh the rights of businesses. And we would like to see this measure put forth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Elizabeth Kelly Tredelang.
Elizabeth did not call in, sir.
She didn't call, okay. Chris Ann Hall.
Our Declaration of Independence establishes the purpose of every government is to secure the rights of the people, and that includes Hillsborough County and this EPG. Inherent in that duty is to provide the people with full disclosure of information regarding the basis for any rule, law, or regulation that infringes upon those rights, and this EPG has not been successful in doing that. For example, top immunologists and physicians across the world are releasing data and medical reports, like the one recently published by the World Health Organization and the National Institute of Health, that only healthcare providers should wear masks, and that the general public wearing masks is not only ineffective in controlling the spread of COVID, but is also dangerous as it can complicate other health conditions and can cause reckless behavior created by a false sense of security. These reports from top immunologists also explain that previous released theories that asymptomatic people can unknowingly spread COVID-19 are now proven false by hard data and research. Finally, on April 20th, Dr. Holt told this EPG on the record that a, quote, high probability of false positives from COVID-19 tests were being reported across the globe. As this committee ponders future EPG action, we should remember that a positive test result does not mean a contagious person. And the test itself, according to the information received by this committee, has been found to be inaccurate at best. And its results alone should not be the basis for any future infringement upon the rights of the people and their businesses. The people of Hillsborough County are asking this committee to seek, report, and consider all credible available information before making any further decisions, and not to rely upon the reports and data that is only favorable to one side or one perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Best of luck to you. That concludes the public comment section of our agenda. Now moving to emergency management update. Mr. Dudley.
Good afternoon. We continue to support home testing operations at remote collection sites, Raymond James, Lee Davis, South Shore, Plant City, and our new location opened 8 June in Brandon with our partners at Suncoast Community Health Center. It offers evening and Saturday testing. Testing conducted last week as of close of business on the 5th, 3,227. total tested since the beginning of the operation, a little over 27,000. Thank you so much to the teams out there for doing a great job out there on the sites. Testing conducted this week as a close of business Wednesday, the 10th, 1,956. As a close of business on Friday, we had 3,373 appointments scheduled. By close of business on Wednesday, the 10th, we had 1,239 appointments scheduled for the rest of the week. For folks that's still interested in taking advantage of our testing, you can still contact the call center, 272-5900, from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. Logistics, we continue to distribute PPE, critical PPE items like glove, masks, face shields, gowns, and goggles to support our ALFs, nursing homes, and any of folks in those fields that have critical items. We had a slight increase in masks, just masks for the month of June, slightly. And also for support of our collection sites, yesterday we received 15,000 cloth masks to distribute to our collection sites, and we'll hand out a mask to individuals that that visit our collection site for testing. So we're appreciative of receiving that distribution from the state, and we'll be distributing those to our collection site here for this week and through next week's testing. Currently, we have 4 guests at the quarantine site, and we have 13 guests at the isolation site. And we continue to support the mission for testing for our long-term healthcare facilities. That concludes my updates. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Dudley. I don't see any questions at this time, so thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Holt.
Yes, sir. This is Dr. Holt, the Director of the Florida Department of Health, Hillsborough County. Just a comment to clarify one of the speakers. The comment I made about false positive tests being common were about an antibody test. This is to detect whether you could have been exposed in the past, not actively infected. And those tests have been shown to be falsely positive. That's not the case with our PCR. Just wanted to be clear. The information today, we will cover what's been going on in Hillsborough County with COVID over the past week. You'll see that the cases are going up, but we have not reached the stage where we need to step back as long as we're able to continue to do what we need to do to reduce the spread. We are nearing the crossroads as a community, and by working together, we can continue or at least regain our pre-COVID lives. Following the leadership of Governor DeSantis, we can continue with our smart reopening, combined with this education about how we can stop and reduce the spread, and the ask that is being made by him and the Florida Department of Health to take these steps. I will begin by asking Dean Donna Peterson from USF College of Public Health and Dr. Marissa Levine, the professor and director of the Center for Leadership Public Health Practice at USF College of Public Health, to talk about the importance of all the practical things that we all must do or we can choose to do to protect ourselves and others. They have both spoken to us in the past. I will then provide an overview of the epidemiology report. We'll focus on the past 2 weeks as focused on this 2 weeks and the period since our reopening. I'll make, again, my high-level comments and take-homes and points, and then Mr. Kevin Wagner will show the data, walk us through the PowerPoint. Finally, I'll finish with a request for Dr. Kelly Devers, the Chief Medical Examiner for Hillsborough County. He's also an assistant professor at USF Morsani College of Medicine. Just going to talk about the role of the medical examiner in our COVID-19 response. Will be available for questions after each of the presentations. I'll begin by asking if Dr. Peterson and Dr. Levine are on and would begin.
Thank you, Doug. Chair Miller.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, members of the Emergency Policy Group. I'm Dean Peterson from the USF College of Public Health. And as it's always a pleasure to be here and address these very interesting times we are in. And I think you've done a wonderful job navigating very rough waters. But I think what we certainly know is that we learn more every day as we experience COVID-19 in our community, and what are the best ways to respond to it, and what are the best ways to regain some level of vibrant community life. As Doug just said, we very much would like to get back to our pre-COVID lives. But until we have a vaccine and we've developed herd immunity, we are going to have to continue to practice the best possible ways of preventing the spread of disease as we can until we get to that point. And we know now that the same preventive measures we've discussed from the very beginning, maintaining a distance, about 6 feet between other people, not coming together in large gatherings, wearing face coverings whenever we're in shared spaces with other people, and maintaining the disinfecting and hand hygiene that prevents the spread from surfaces. If we continue to practice all of those preventive practices, then we can continue to live our lives and get beyond this, get to the point where once a vaccine is developed and we've developed herd immunity, then we know we can live with what remains of COVID-19. And I know Dr. Levine has far more experience than I do, so I would happily turn it over to her.
Thank you, Dean Peterson. Chairman Miller, members of the committee, I apologize for background noise. I'm in transit, but I thought it was really important to be here with you. I really think the community is at a critical turning point, but we have the opportunity to take advantage of preventing a second wave. And I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't pretend to tell you what's going to happen, but we are seeing the numbers going up. And as you'll see, a lot of that increase is in the younger population. I remember being younger and feeling invincible too, but we need them to help protect the more vulnerable. Otherwise, we'll see our hospitalization numbers go up and the deaths increase also. This is a really important time to physical separation and the hand hygiene, but I think that we have, contrary to what you may have heard from some of the public speaking, we have better evidence now that cloth face coverings and as well as all the other masks do make a difference. There have been studies recently that looked at all the evidence we have, and it's clear that if we can get more people to do that regularly and implement that on a day-to-day when they can't maintain their physical separation, then in all likelihood we could prevent the second wave. So I definitely urge you to help get that message out. And I think it's a really important time to do it now, because if we wait too long, it could be too late in terms of the increase in cases. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Any questions of either of the doctors? Let me ask a question here. It is quite apparent that the numbers that we have, not only in Hillsborough County, but across the state and in other areas, that the numbers of those that are probably between the ages of, I'm going to say 18 to 35, those are the ones that's increasing. Am I correct?
Yes, Commissioner Miller. We will go into quite a bit of detail in the coming presentation, but you are correct.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll wait till then. Because the two doctors are basically saying that it is very apparent that the face mask and the social distancing is a thing we have to adhere to, at this point, because the mere fact is that if we don't, we're going to be back in the same predicament we were in before. You're going to see more positive tests, more hospitals, and more deaths. So, but I'll wait till we get to the other presentation. Dr. Devine, Dr. Peterson, is there anything else you need to bring before us now?
I'm happy to answer any questions, but no, not at this point.
Okay, I don't see any questions. So thank you both for your presentation. I know you all have to run to, I think, to another meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Hope.
Yes, sir. And just a comment before we get into the epidemiology. I continue to support the Florida Department of Health and Governor DeSantis and the basis behind the mask. I know that's face coverings. It's gotten a lot of attention, but anyone, if we understand that if you are infected, you will begin